is a huge advantage for the GOP.
This is going to be a completely unified convention. And unified conventions are so important because they tend to win in the fall. You divided conventions, 64 and 68 for the Democrats, 72 for the Democrats. Divided conventions tend to lose in the fall. United conventions tend to win in the fall.
44 years ago, presidential hopeful Ronald Reagan delivered a 10-word question which would become one of the most iconic moments in Republican National Convention history.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
This is the time for Donald Trump to ask that question, which is now asked every 4 years in every presidential campaign.
And the answer to that question could spell disaster for Democrats. I'm John Gizzi for Newsmax.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in racing or in life. One of my first attempts to deal with my own hair loss was a literal shortcut. Thankfully, my wife found Hair Club. I was shocked the Hair Club had virtually every solution possible. If I had known about Hair Club sooner, I never would have tried any of those overhyped advertised solutions. You can get your own free personalized consultation with a hair loss expert and be on your way to the finish line in no time.
Scan the code on your screen now to schedule a free consultation and save 20% on select solutions using promo code Frankie.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. I try to get 6 miles in a day, at least walking. I thought I had clean mental health. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped, and we completely saw his eyes glaze over. And I see his pulses fading fast and is about to go out. So I start off CPR. It's like I went into autopilot. EMS showed up. They pulled out the AED. You know, there's that sink in your moment in your gut where you're just like, come on, make it, make it.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association. Call or go online to helpheart.org with your gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. Your monthly support can help save more lives.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Your $19 monthly gift will help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care, and get even more people trained in life-saving CPR.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life. It just brings the importance of why bystander CPR is so important.
Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show you're helping save lives.
The research that you do allows people to be able to get over having a heart attack or surviving a heart attack.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. But your support can save your life or the life of someone you love. Become a monthly donor today by calling or going online to helpheart.org.
Vote for America 2024. The Republican National Convention.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and Ed Henry, the briefing live from Milwaukee in day 3 of the Republican National Convention. We begin with breaking news from just a moment ago, though, outside of the convention. Democratic Senator Bob Menendez signaling he will resign his seat in the Senate after that conviction this week on corruption charges. Interesting because he faced pressure from the Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, who wanted him to step down while the Democratic governor there in New Jersey, Phil Murphy, could appoint his replacement. They might be a little worried about a Republican on the ballot in November potentially winning an upset New Jersey if, a big if, there's a landslide by former President Donald Trump, something we'll talk about tonight with Frank Luntz in just a moment. Also breaking tonight, I got the very first interview today with former Trump White House aide Peter Navarro. It came just hours after he was released from a federal prison. Now you can see he looked a little gaunt, which is understandable after 4 months based on these bogus charges, but his spirit was strong, and he said he served time so we don't have to. You see him right there, incredible. He said he's determined to deliver a strong message here. He has a speaking role tonight, and he's got a brand new book, The New MAGA Deal, about how former President Trump's program, he says, will save this nation. But first, a little briefing on the big themes tonight. It will be all about Mr. Trump's running mate, Senator JD Vance, who's helping supercharge his ticket to the point that CNN is talking about a Republican landslide today, and Democrats are so panicked that President Biden is facing new pressure tonight to get out of the race as soon as possible. Now, Senator Vance did his first solo campaign event today here in Milwaukee since being added to the ticket. And in prime time, we will hear more about his personal story from the man himself, his vision on foreign policy, and an economic agenda that focuses on the forgotten man and woman that Mr. Trump talked about in his first campaign. Let's listen to the senator.
The guy who actually connects with working people in this country is not fake Scranton Joe, it's real President Donald Trump. Because they know that he has their best interest at heart. They know that when he was president for 4 years, groceries and gas and energy and housing were actually affordable to a normal person in this country. And after 4 years of the Biden administration, the basic trappings of a good middle-class life have become less and less attainable.
That came, those remarks, after another big night for the Republican ticket here at the convention. The former president made another surprise appearance, electrifying the crowd here. That bandage on his right ear, of course, a stark symbol of strength just days after surviving that assassination attempt. There's new information, by the way, on the assassination attempt we'll get to in a few moments. That left, there's a lot of emotions in this hall here in Milwaukee, and when he delivers his acceptance speech on Thursday night, you'll see a lot of that. And it's going to focus on unity, at least he says it will, mixed with a dose of his uplifting agenda to make America great again, as he says, which real American voters teed up perfectly last night. Watch.
Our lives were shattered, and our baby was gone. Fentanyl doesn't care if you're black or white. It does not discriminate. This is an American issue.
They never apologized. But when Rachel was killed, President Trump called my family to offer his condolences. He wanted to meet with us. He cared. That is leadership.
Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired?
That woman lost her son, who was a military veteran, NYPD as well, killed on the streets. Mr. Trump was boosted by speeches of endorsements as well from old rivals like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. The former president seemed particularly tickled by a line from the Florida governor. Watch.
As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency.
You can see the big smile, of course, from the 45th president. That détente coming as the old guard in the GOP has lost influence here. No sign of the Bush family, the Romneys, the Cheneys. This is now clearly Mr. Trump's party. And one of his sons noted to Axios, there may be another conservative dinosaur, Fox News. He said they're in decline.
I don't think the influence of sort of mainstream cable is what it used to be. And I think that's really important to be able to move forward, because if you have ideas that work, again, that represent the people, that represent constituents, but doesn't go with that, you'll be banned. I haven't been on Fox News in 2 years. You know, I was, before my father sort of entered the race.
Yeah, now Fox News pushed back and said he was on this very week. Now, losing influence, meanwhile, by the hour, practically, is President Biden. Brand new AP poll suggesting 2/3 of Democrats want him to drop out, similar to polls that say 2/3 of the nation does not believe he has the cognitive ability to serve as president. So many Democrats wanting him out, that lays to waste the claim by Mr. Biden that party elites are targeting him, but average Democrats want him to stay in the race. Look at how CNN is saying what all this means for former President Trump. Watch.
You look at this map as it plays out, and there are Democrats making the case, and we have Wisconsin blue here. Let's move Wisconsin over here. There are Democrats making the case that Donald Trump is on a viable path as of today to get to 330 electoral votes, Wolf, or even higher, because they see other states in here. The Trump campaign says Minnesota. The Trump campaign says maybe New Mexico. Let's be cautious. Those are blue states traditionally, but the president's standing, his approval rating, his ballot number, people's views about how old he is.
Well, 330 electoral votes or more. Wow. So breaking today, the DNC signaled they're giving the critics an extra week maybe to try and push Biden aside. They delayed by 1 week their planned virtual roll call to make Biden their nominee. It will now be the first week of August instead of the end of July. That's 2 weeks before the Democratic convention in Chicago. And it comes now because they're trying to deal with critics like this. Adam Schiff, get that. He's now joined the chorus of Democrats saying Joe's got to go. Two interesting angles there. Schiff's running for Senate. He knows it'll be harder to win if Biden loses in a landslide. And secondly, Schiff's best buddy is the Speaker Emeritus, Nancy Pelosi. So is he signaling she might be getting more and more concerned too? The drama continues. So Frank Luntz in a minute, but let's get to that Newsmax exclusive. I had the chance to talk to the former Director of Trade and Manufacturing Policy and Economic Advisor for then President Trump, of course, Peter Navarro, ahead of his speech tonight here. He has a new book, The New MAGA Deal. You can find it at 45books.com, forward by Steve Bannon, who's in federal prison as we speak. Navarro was released this morning, and he spoke to Newsmax first. Watch.
Peter, good to see you. How do you feel?
I feel great. Great to be here, and you know, one of my favorite cities, actually. I love Milwaukee.
What have the last couple months been like?
They've been fine. Look, I went to prison basically so you won't have to. American people understand that fighting and defending the Constitution is important. With each passing day, they're seeing more and more of the weaponization of our injustice system by the Democrats, and it's become an important election issue. And if I can be a small symbol of that and raise some awareness about what's going on, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
What's your reaction to the former president almost being assassinated?
Well, it's one of the most frustrating things for me, being in prison when that happened and watching that unfold. But look, here's what they don't understand. When they take their figurative shots and now literal shots of folks like Donald Trump, and when they put people like me and Steve Bannon in prison, they don't understand that we have families, we have loved ones, and that all we're trying to do is make America great again. And what this election is going to turn out to be, I think, about unifying the country. There's a line which I mean in all the greatest sincerity, that in order to win this election, we're going to have to unite not just the Republican Party, but unite the country. And what I'm going to be doing here, you got to put in a plug for the book. Because
yeah, tell me about the book. What do you want to say tonight?
What I'm going to be doing here is appealing to all of the Democrats who are disengaged from, disenfranchised by, or disgusted with Joe Biden's America and the radical left turn that the Democrat elites have taken the Democrat Party. And what this book is a lot about is 100 actions in 100 days that Donald Trump's going to take for the country. They're not Republican policies, they're American policies. And I think more and more Democrats have gone disgusted, disenfranchised, and disengaged from that Democrat Party. And so I'm going to try to bring a message of unity, basically, and this is part of that message.
So last thing, you just came out of prison. Do you come out optimistic about the future, sir?
Realist. And we've got some very tough battles ahead. Biden and Harris have thrown open the border. There's millions and millions of bad people that have come into this country that we're going to have to deal with. We've got a weaponized system of injustice. I'm Exhibit A on that, and Donald Trump is Exhibit AAA on that. We've got serious Biden inflation. Give you a little preview of my talk tonight. It's like in Trump's America, you didn't have to choose between food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, and a roof over your head.
Thank you, Peter.
That's part of the problem.
All right, we appreciate Peter talking to us first. I'm going to get to Frank Lentz in a minute, but we have some breaking news, which is that there's a report now that President Joe Biden has apparently tested positive for COVID-19. I'm pausing because this was a report from the president and CEO of Unidos US, which apparently is a Hispanic group that was going to host the president for a speech. But the leader, Janet Murguía, just went on to the podium, we've confirmed, and said that the president of the United States is no longer going to speak to them, at least not now, because he has tested positive for COVID. That's what they've been told. Newsmax has reached out to the White House for confirmation. So let's digest that on day 3 of the Republican convention and bring in our friend Frank Lentz. Frank, thanks for being here. I want to get to Navarro and the lawfare and how it plays in to the Trump hand, but this report that Joe Biden might have COVID, today there were other comments the president made in an interview where he said he could drop out of the race if he had a health issue. I don't want to get ahead of the story, but this thing on the Democrat side is moving quickly. It's very strange.
It's moving quickly, and the people who are getting involved in this, Adam Schiff matters. Mainstream Democrat, congressional leader, soon to be perhaps a senator from California. He's significant and
close to Pelosi.
And I'm talking to more and more people, more and more Democratic members of Congress and the Senate who are agitated and even upset about where things are right now. They're not going to push Biden out. They want him to go voluntarily. And that's the key behind this. If you took a survey of members of Congress right now, more than half of the Democrats would wish to have a different candidate, but they won't call for it. Half of them because they're nervous and afraid of what the White House will do. And the other half who think this is Biden's decision, but they wish he'd make the decision to step aside.
So last thing on that, because I don't want to get to Trump, which is if I read you right, What if Joe Biden doesn't step aside, though, and all these Democrat lawmakers who want him out are saying, we want him to do it? What if he just won't leave? He's dug in, he and Jill Biden.
Well, I have to transition to Trump because Trump's voters are energized and Biden's voters are demoralized. So every single Trump voter, Trump supporter, is going to be a Trump voter on Election Day. A whole lot of these Biden people are wondering, am I going to support this guy? That's worth between 1% and 2% in states across the country, and that could be 60 or 80 electoral votes just by intensity, just by turnout.
Incredible. And real quick, the Associated Press now confirming what we're reporting. We want to be very cautious. We certainly wish the President of the United States well. This is Dateline Las Vegas, where he was supposed to speak. President Joe Biden, according to the AP, tests positive for COVID-19 ahead of this speech before this Hispanic American group. So we'll pause there and continue to chase this story while we talk now about Donald Trump. Frank, I wanted to have you on. I've known you a long time, and we're always honest with each other. You know that some of our viewers say, why would you have Frank Luntz on? They don't like you. They think you're anti-Trump. I know you, and I know that you're great with the data, and I've been watching you closely lately, and you've been, in my estimation, very honest about saying, not always the biggest Trump fan, but the lawfare, whether it's going after Navarro, going after Trump with the indictments, has played into Donald Trump's hands, even before the assassination, everything else. I'll let you speak. What do you think?
Everything the Democrats have done over the last 6 months, even year, has made Donald Trump stronger. Donald Trump owes the Democratic Party the most incredible gifts that a presidential candidate has ever given, because they turn him into a victim. They turned him into someone who's persecuted, not just prosecuted.
Yes.
And he took full advantage of this. And as these cases have been thrown out, as the Supreme Court has made their decisions, Trump just gets stronger and stronger. The first night of this convention, I saw people on the stage I've never seen before. African-American voters, working women, middle class, Hispanics, Latinos. It's incredible that this is actually America. I've not seen a convention like this. And last night, the Senate candidates that spoke, I'm used to them sounding like politicians. Last night, they sounded like real people.
So these Republicans are lining up maybe for a historic election. Let's continue with Donald Trump. We'll get to JD Vance in a minute for tonight. You told me during the break Thursday night with Donald Trump, he keeps saying, at least in some interviews, I'm going to be unifying. He's said that before as president-elect, and it didn't really happen in my humble view. If he does come up and he's unifying after surviving this assassination attempt, what happens next?
If he does that, and we don't know what he's going to do, because he says one thing, sometimes does another. But I say this to every viewer that's watching.
Sure.
If that's the message he delivers, a unified message of coming together because we're a great country, we're great people, and let's come together, it may not please people in this room, and it may not please viewers out there, but that's what will elect him president.
Why? Because of independent voters. Because the people on the floor, some people who watch us, they want to fight. They're pissed off, frankly, that Donald Trump has faced all this lawfare. And sometimes they say, you know, why work with Democrats who called him a fascist?
Because in the end, we're America, and we're Americans. And in the end, we all have to work together. In the end, this is not just about Republicans or about conservatives. It's about all of us. And the people who in this convention all have been working day and night for the last 4 years to elect Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And I appreciate their sacrifice. But you will have a much better, a stronger, a more unified, a more efficient, effective, and accountable government if the former president delivers a message of, I hear you, I get you, I understand you, and I want to help you, I want to fight for you. Make no mistake, the strongest visual I have ever seen in a presidential campaign, surrounded by Secret Service people, bleeding across his face, his fist in the air, saying, fight. We got that. We understand what that means. The people rallied around him. They're dancing. I've never seen Republicans ever at a convention dance.
We've been saying that every night. It's a real party
atmosphere. It's a party, but by the way, I watch them. Republicans should not dance.
All right. That's the word from Frank. Two more. One is, so let's say, God forbid, Joe Biden has more health issues. Nobody wishes that on him. But the COVID-19 leads him to rethink this race. If they shake it up, I know we don't know the names yet. Does that mean more chaos for the Democrats, or might they have a second bite of the apple where they can stop this landslide?
The answer is both. It absolutely means more chaos in the coming weeks. But they have to look at a situation where more and more people are backing, are surrounding Trump, and that as his intensity grows and as Biden's comes apart, they have to look that if they continue down the current situation, they're going to lose, and they could lose big.
Big. 30 seconds, JD Vance. What does he do for this ticket? He's front and center tonight.
For the first time, there's now a legacy. Donald Trump has chosen a younger Donald Trump, and that means that this is not about 4 years. It's about 8 or 12 years. And in Ohio, it could make Bernie Sanders the next senator, and that makes Republicans
Bernie
control.
Moreno, you mean?
Bernie Moreno,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Oh, my God.
People just lost their dinner.
I just lost my dinner.
A socialist. Okay. I know what you meant.
But it changes the whole dynamic of the U.S. Senate. And if Trump gets elected with a Republican Senate, there's no holding him back.
There you go. Frank Luntz, thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. A lot of breaking news, as you can see, still ahead. We'll talk to Florida Congresswoman Maria Alvera Salazar. Break down what she saw yesterday at the RNC. React to what she expects from JD Vance and the breaking news on Joe Biden. Don't go anywhere. More briefing right after this.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-823-4108 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-823-4108. 1-800-823-4108. Call now.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden, health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have 0 copays and no deductibles. You choose your doctors and hospitals. These plans have nothing to do with your income and are 30 to 60% less than Obamacare. If you're paying too much for your own health insurance, call American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you, not the government.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the briefing live from Milwaukee. Look at this arena. It's packed already. A party atmosphere behind me. The music's getting loud. We're going to hear from JD Vance former President Trump's running mate. He'll introduce himself to the country tonight. We're excited about the excitement, frankly, but there's also a lot of breaking news to get to about the Republican ticket. But let's start with the Democrat ticket and welcome in a friend of the briefing, Congresswoman Maria Salazar from the great state of Florida, specifically Miami.
Yes,
great to see you.
Wonderful to be here.
Give you my
hand. God, what a party.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that, but I got to ask you about Joe Biden because he's far behind. Even we played a clip a minute ago. CNN is saying this is looking like a landslide for Donald Trump. And then he's in Las Vegas campaigning and say, oh, he can't speak. He tested positive for COVID.
Well, all I can tell you is that, unfortunately, the Democratic Party has been influenced by this new force called socialism and neo-Marxist. After that, everything is possible. So I wish the best for the president because that is the constitutional order that we need to continue. But they are in disarray. And in the last, 2 weeks, everything has flipped.
Right. And you're saying Marxism, socialism, that this might be used as an excuse. We don't know. We're not going to get ahead of it.
We don't know anything, but they are in trouble. They know it. And you know that there's this force inside the Democratic Party that do not want to see Donald Trump coming back.
Absolutely.
And not saving, because the only one who saves is the Lord, but helping the country go back to what it was before.
Absolutely. So let's talk about this party atmosphere for the Republican Party, literally and figuratively.
Listen, I am delighted because if I could only explain to the viewership and to the rest of the nation what we, the Hispanic Americans, the Cuban Americans in particular, we have seen socialism. We have not seen how the democratic process plays out. And look at this. This is the true American electoral system at its best. And we're enjoying it.
So I can see it on your face, and it's infectious.
Because I know, because I've seen the other side, and I represent millions of people that have seen and lived to the other side, and they're delighted to be here in the United States.
So you represent the heart of Miami. A lot of Hispanic American voters of all flavors, Venezuela, Cuba, all kinds of places.
Nicaraguans, correct.
So what's the appeal with Donald Trump? Because the polls, even the New York Times runs polls, and they don't like Donald Trump, saying he's got more Hispanic voters than any Republican.
It may be the first time in the history of the country where the Hispanic population, which is the largest minority in the country, is going to vote for him 50% or more. We have never seen that. I was a news reporter for 35 years, and it was 35 points, 42 points. Bush Jr. was 42 points, and that was a lot. It was a landslide. And now probably President Trump may get 50 or more. You know why? Because we love the American dream, and the GOP promises the American dream. What does that mean? Buy home, low interest rates, affordable housing, affordable food, cheap gas, be able to close borders. And the only party that is offering that to the Hispanics is the GOP. Thank God for that.
So last question, is there any disappointment in your community that Marco Rubio did not become the first Hispanic American on a major party ticket and instead it went to the man we'll hear from tonight, JD Vance? Does that matter with the Hispanic voter?
We wanted Marco, of course, because that would have sent a message, a very strong message that the Hispanics are welcome in the GOP. But you know, JD Vance is the American dream. He came from poverty. He had a very difficult childhood, and he was able, because of his internal fortitude, to come out of all that because the American dream was there for him to grab the opportunity what this country gives to you. And he was able, look, and he's the VP at 40 years old, only in America.
I love this. Will you come back to the briefing? The excitement is infectious.
It is, because you know why? Because you know white when you've seen black. And I represent people that are, sometimes I believe that the Hispanics in my district love America more than people like you who've been here for 3 generations. You know why? Because we have tasted.
I'm not that old, 3 generations. What do you mean by
that? Make it 2. All right.
All right.
We have tasted freedom.
There you go. And we love the taste of freedom. Congresswoman, it's a pleasure.
My pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We'll always have you back. You have an open invitation. On the other side of the break, the polls keep showing former President Trump in the lead over President Biden in a big one. How will his vice presidential pick influence voters? The man who knows, John McLaughlin, the president's pollster, right after this, live from Milwaukee.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
But with all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Welcome back to your briefing on the Republican National Convention, day 3 into the evening 3. The first 2 nights have been magnificent. I mean, the party atmosphere behind us, and more importantly, the message that we're seeing from the podium and the symbolism of the former president of the United States coming back so quickly from that assassination attempt. Let's bring in one of his longtime allies, a pollster from McLaughlin and Associates, longtime pollster for the former president of the United States, John McLaughlin. John, it's always great to have you.
Be here. Thank you.
What are your thoughts knowing this man, seeing him up close, comes out with the bandage 2 nights in a row, and in addition to the strength, I don't want to overread it, but he seems to be projecting. He's a little bit emotional as people cheer. He went through a near-death experience.
Yes, and what's amazing is all the determination. He's been on a mission. He wants to win this election. I met with him first in February 21, and I said, you realize 2/3 of the Republicans want you to run again. And when Biden fails,
wanted him.
In February 2021, we met at Mar-a-Lago with Jason Miller, Brian Jack. We were going through a poll, and I said, it was in the midst of impeachment. And, you know, our troops knew this was wrong. And I said, they want you to run again. And I said, you know, you realize when Joe Biden fails, and he will fail like Jimmy Carter failed, there'll be buyer's remorse. And who would have ever thought Joe Biden would have failed the way he's failed?
Absolutely.
Where the inflation, open borders, Trump's been ahead in the national polls since September 21, since Biden surrendered Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing an American president's not supposed to do, is surrender.
Absolutely.
And that's what Trump doesn't do.
Donald Trump has said he thinks that's the worst day in our history, the way it was surrender, basically. On Joe Biden, the breaking news from a few moments ago that he now has COVID-19, is not going to deliver this planned speech in Las Vegas. Instantly, our viewers, and I know I start thinking, is this going to be a way for Democrats to ease him out? He just did an interview where he said health concerns could lead him to leave, and a lot of Republicans want him to stay in the race because they think Biden-Trump is a landslide. If he gets out, is this a more complicated race?
No, Donald Trump could beat any of them because they all own a failed record. You know, what's amazing about the Democrats is they say they're upset about his health and his age. They didn't care 4 years ago. What they're upset about is he's losing in the national popular vote to Donald Trump, and Trump's going up, and he's losing in all the battleground states. Right now, when you look at the Real Clear Politics average, we're at 219, but out of the toss-up states, we can go right up to 269 with the four that we have, that were, 4 or 5, 6 points ahead, whether it's Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia. And then when you look at the other three, Wisconsin, 10 would put us over, Michigan 15, Pennsylvania 19,
and then we got Minnesota, New York, New Jersey, New Hampshire, New Mexico.
Right. We had a poll in the midst of June. The Trump campaign rarely they put out. We're up 4 in Minnesota. So when you start adding those other states, we could go from 323 electoral votes to 363 electoral votes. But you know what? Biden is kind of in there. I hear there's a poll that come out nationally tomorrow. He'll be down 5. But so
Biden will be down 5.
Right. So we've been grinding up from being up 1 before in the Real Clear Politics average to being up 3 as of today. But most of those polls don't include the attack. But we're grinding up where we're getting more votes. People are seeing this convention. They're seeing Donald Trump. They're seeing his positive message. And his determination. This guy's a real hero.
Yeah,
I mean,
see it.
This is amazing.
In 30 seconds that we have, JD Vance, what's the impact? Because today the Harris people were pushing, we want to debate. And the Trump campaign put out a funny statement. They said, we don't want to commit to it. We don't know who the nominee will be. We want to be fair to Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and they named about 100 different Democrats who could be the VP, Gretchen Whitmer. And it's true, there's disarray.
Well, if Biden has to step down as president, as candidate, he's got to step down as president. She could be the president. And our last national poll, we had Trump up 2 before the debate. We had Trump up 5 over her, over Kamala Harris. But then we were leading all these other Democrats.
Yeah.
They all own the open borders, inflation, high crime. They can't end the endless wars.
There you go.
They're all weak. They're all part of the failed policies.
And you've pounded out that message here, and we'll hear it again tonight.
Yes.
John McLaughlin, thank you, sir.
Ed. Appreciate it.
This is shaping up to be a hell of a convention. We've got a whole lot more, even CNN admitting the former president may be on the verge of a landslide. What will a second Trump term look like? We'll talk to a man who knows, former senior White House official Eric Ueland. He has the inside scoop right after this.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-825-4745.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-825-4745. That's 800-825-4745.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes, and it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-283-7009 for your free information. That's 1-800-283-7009. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-283-7009. That's 1-800-283-7009. 1-800-283-7009. Call now.
Welcome back to the briefing. Day 3 of the Republican National Convention rolls on. Former President Trump rewriting his speech as we speak for tomorrow night. He was on the stage a couple hours ago going through the teleprompters, getting ready. Says he'll talk more about unity after that failed assassination attempt. Let's bring in a former Trump senior White House official. His name is Eric Ueland. I met him a long time ago, probably longer than here, I want to admit, when he worked on Capitol Hill. Good to see you, sir. That's right. We've gotten older, but maybe wiser, I hope. Why I wanted to have you on, among other things, you worked inside the Trump White House trying to shepherd his agenda on Capitol Hill, and you accomplished a lot. But you also hit the swamp. And there are a lot of people in this convention who want to see the swamp finally drained in a second term. And I wonder what you think from your unique perspective. You have CNN today saying it could be a Trump landslide. We're not there yet. But if he has a real mandate, how excited are you about the aggressiveness, maybe, of a second Trump term?
Very excited, and here's why. The president has laid out an incredibly clear agenda in his campaign speeches, on his website, and through the platform. So everybody will know with a mandate exactly what he expects out of Washington and where he's going to deliver results for the American people.
The border, tax cut, make the Trump tax cut permanent. Is that most also important that a Trump landslide or anything close to that means maybe 54, 55 seats in the Senate? Because the map right now suggests the Republicans do pretty good. And you need those Republican senators and a Republican House to get the agenda through.
You absolutely do, for the piece that can be done through Congress. So having not just a majority, but a substantial majority enhances the prospect of delivering results and beating the second-term odds that so many presidents fall prey to, where their success on Capitol Hill is very, very low. Donald Trump coming in with a mandate, with a clear agenda, with a set of fantastic expectations from Congress, can be able to deliver those legislative results on the border, on immigration, on national security, on tax, and on and on and on through Congress, while at the same time driving his agenda through the executive branch, through the bureaucracy, and ultimately providing those outcomes that everybody expects.
We hear that he's going to talk more about unity tomorrow night, and I'm kind of a mixed mind because our viewers hear that, and obviously after what happened Saturday, you want to bring the country together. But then I also hear from our viewers, and I think myself, Joe Biden called him a fascist. Do the Democrats really want to be united? You know what it's like on Capitol Hill.
Democrats from time to time will preach unity, but oftentimes their behavior belies their words. And even in the past few days, we've seen that out of President Biden, Vice President Harris, the Biden-Harris campaign team, and I expect they'll pick it up. So while the president will be focused on unity, he will be talking about how best to bring America together. It will be behind a very clear, precise, crisp agenda where ultimately I think the vast majority of American people find the ability to be supportive of that.
In the last minute we have, when I came in this weekend, I saw you, greeted you, you were wonderful, and you had the, I think, the floor captain hat on. They've got special 47 for 47th president. I don't imagine you need a lot of floor captains because it's not going to be divided like maybe the Democrat convention. There's unity. But this atmosphere, everybody who walks in this booth says it. The singing, the dancing, the unity. What's going on with the Republican Party?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's absolutely the case that we are more unified than we've ever been. I've been to conventions since 1996 like you. You've never seen a party so unified behind a man, behind a leadership team with JD Vance, and behind a significant, clear agenda that the vast majority of American people support.
Yeah.
It drives us together, it pulls us together, and not only that, we've got an awesome band that continues to
I gotta
kick
get
up.
their name. I feel bad because they're right behind me. They're amazing.
They're out of this world. So anyway, we're doing great. First 2 days have been really, really, really significant. We've got 2 more awesome days to come.
All right, we're looking forward to you serving for the 47th president. I predict that's going to happen. Eric Ueland, thank you, sir.
Ed, thanks so much.
All right, they're starting it up right now, the videos and whatnot behind me. So night 3 is about to officially begin, and we'll get to that in a moment. Newsmax announced just a few weeks ago that we plan to go public later this year or early next year. Reaction has been huge, as they might say, so we're still inviting you to find out about the planned IPO and also buy some early shares. Check out all the details, including eligibility, by going to NewsMaxInvest.com. President Trump says he likes Newsmax, and millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. They like us too. He even calls us terrific. So become an owner of Newsmax, a co-owner, if you will. Go online today. Keep it right here, meantime. Patriots, my 2 outstanding colleagues, John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza, will be with me all night long, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. They'll give me a quick preview of our coverage tonight. We got big speakers like JD Vance and Donald Trump Jr., and we'll also react to the breaking news. President Joe Biden has COVID-19 and just canceled a speech in Vegas. Big news breaking right now. Quick break. We'll brief you on that right after this.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone, and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-air canal design, and you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-381-4294.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Look at Milwaukee. They're getting the action going. We're going to have an invocation. We're undoubtedly going to have the pledge and the national anthem as well. Big night here with JD Vance front and center, and I'm pleased and privileged to have 2 in the best in the business alongside for me, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on N2. You see them, John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. Welcome back.
Great to be back, Ed.
Bianca, you first. We're going to talk a lot about the Republicans, but boy, the breaking news at the beginning of the briefing here, Joe Biden's got COVID-19, and I find it remarkable that just hours ago we got another headline that Biden gave an interview where he said, well, any health issues that pop up could lead me to rethink this race amid pressure from Adam Schiff and others. And then he abruptly cancels a speech in Vegas and says, I have COVID. We pray for him. We hope the president is healthy. But the timing of this is very curious.
Yes, and I believe he's now going to self-isolate, and he's gotten his first dose of, Paxlovid. Paxlovid. It's interesting. I see kind of where you're going with this, and I think we're all going. And, you know, if anything, of course, we want him to be healthy and recuperate, do what he needs to do, doctor's orders. It means also, too, he won't be giving any more of those bounce-back interviews, which really haven't gone his way either. So the campaign may be looking at this saying, if he gets better and he's well in a few weeks, there's also 2 more weeks there where there's more time for him to continue to say I'm running.
That's right. And that leads me to John. So what's your humble opinion at this moment? Because I'm not sure which way it goes. It could lead him to leave the race if there's a health issue. Or maybe it freezes it, as Bianca said, for a few days. It makes it harder for the Democrats to push him out because they don't want to push out a guy with COVID.
It gives him an out. As you mentioned, he did talk about the prospect of a health issue, possibly forcing him off the campaign. And so this would be a way for him to say, this is why, not because I'm losing so badly right now. The other thing, too, is, the protocols have changed for when you have COVID. It is not like the 2-week isolation period like it used to be. So how long does he need to self-isolate? And also, I think it will be a kind of a stunning visual image to see a guy like Joe Biden back in a mask. Is he going to be in a mask? That's not a good look if you're trying to project strength.
Yeah, compared to what we've seen with Donald Trump in the last couple of days. We'll keep our voices down because we want to obviously honor America as it's honored behind us. We dipped in live last night. We're going to run out of time, so we won't get the whole national anthem, so I don't want to cut it short. So we'll talk softly here in the last couple of minutes we have. Bianca, let's focus on JD Vance. He'll be front and center tonight and kind of introduce himself to millions more people who might not know who he is.
Yeah, I'm sure in the past 24, 48 hours, people have learned a lot. Once he was, officially chosen, Donald Trump Jr. will actually be talking right before. And a lot of insiders, of course, is that it was Donald Trump Jr. who was really pushing his father to choose JD Vance. I think it's going to be a really positive and strong message with some, I think some national security threads to it as well, him being a veteran as well. And he's been, pretty... Let's just take a moment here and pause.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right.
Please
What a
remain
beautiful way
standing while the colors are
to end the
retired.
briefing for now and let everybody know that we'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern. As Bianca said, JD Vance will be front and center. Bianca, John will be here front and center as well. Pleased to be with both of you as we leave you for now with these wonderful Boy Scouts taking us out. We'll see you at 8.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, the portable oxygen concentrator that moves with you.
This little box changed my life. I can now do all those things that I want to do. You just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen portable oxygen systems are small and light and deliver up to 12 hours of medical-grade oxygen on a single charge.
Now that I've got my Inogen, I've got my freedom back. I'm back to living again.
Call us right now. Try an Inogen system for 30 days, risk-free.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in homeownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
With all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Vote for America 2024. The Republican National Convention.
Welcome to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rob Astorino, filling in for Rick, and we're live from Milwaukee's Fiserv Forum, which is in America's Dairyland, Wisconsin. We're here for day 3 of the RNC. The theme is Make America Strong Again, and our country's presence on the global stage taking the main focus, as we'll have Vice Presidential pick JD Vance delivering the keynote speech later tonight. So a lot ahead. Make sure you keep it right here on N2. And Mike Carter, of course, our national correspondent, he is on the floor right now, and he joins us. Mike, how are you? What's going on there?
To be with you, we're right here at the Ohio delegation here at the RNC. Of course, today is a big night for Ohio. Why? Well, their junior senator, of course, the running mate of Donald Trump. He'll be taking to the stage tonight to give his first, well, public speech to the nation. Look, he's been chosen as Donald Trump's running mate, the 39-year-old to become the first millennial vice president. Of course, JD Vance, look, he's a Marine Corps veteran. He's the first veteran on a major party's ticket since John McCain back in 2008. Of course, he's a Yale Law School graduate. There's a lot of things to like about JD Vance. But of course, he's the author of Hillbilly Elegy, a book that really details what it's like to grow up impoverished in a rough-spelled state. Donald Trump sees JD Vance as someone who can really get his message out there to states like Pennsylvania, states like Wisconsin, where we are right now, Michigan. These are states that Donald Trump wants to win, and he thinks that JD Vance is the perfect voice for that. Well, when we talk about VPs, we can't forget about the current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Well, what would a debate look like between JD Vance and Kamala Harris? Or would it be JD Vance versus someone else? Well, the Trump campaign was asked about that today, and they put out a statement saying, quote, "We don't know who the Democrat nominee for vice president is going to be, so we can't lock in a date for a potential VP debate before their convention. To do so would be unfair to Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Gretchen Whitmer, or whoever Kamala Harris picks as her running mate." So the Trump campaign having a little fun, already saying that it's not going to be Joe Biden who's going to have a VP. It might be Kamala Harris who has a VP. We're here with some of the members of the Ohio delegation. Got to ask you guys, look, there's a good chance you're going to lose a senator next year, but you could gain a vice president. Mike DeWine, your governor, he'll choose another Republican to fill out J.D. Vance's term until 2026. But what is it? Talk about the kind of pride that you must have. I mean, your state could be the next VP.
So I actually am a state senator in the district that J.D. Vance was born in. And America is in such a great spot because they're going to inherit a man that loves faith, that loves family. He's going to take Ohio values that he learned. He is going to bring them to America, and everything that Donald Trump stands for, JD stands for. You know, and he is proof positive in America, only in America. It doesn't matter where you start hard in life, you can become anywhere you want to be. Born to a non-existent dad, a mom who was a crackhead, and look what he did. He joined the Marines. He got an Ivy School education, and now he's
done it all by 39, right? And now he's going to be potentially the next vice president.
I'll tell you this: if Grandma was still alive, Meemaw would be proud.
There you go. Real quick, JD Vance, is he our next vice president?
Hell yes, he's our. Oh, am I allowed to say that? Hell yes, he's our next vice president. He's a wonderful person. His family is wonderful. Everyone that meets him, talks to him, he's just a normal guy. That's what I love about him.
Thank you guys. A lot of pride here in Ohio tonight. Rick, we'll send it back to you. JD Vance coming on to speak a few minutes from now.
A lot of cursing going on in Ohio there. Look at that. All right, Mike Carter, thanks so much. Joining me now is the host of America Right Now. That's Tom Basile. So, I didn't go to English class. Is it more fun or funner? But it's getting more fun or funner.
They're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, they are.
You know, with each passing day, and I've been talking about this. We talk about so much negativity in politics. Yeah. You come to an event like this, particularly when you have a united party. And this is my 5th convention. I've never seen the party more united than this. And it is so positive. There's a tremendous amount of energy. People are really excited to hear from JD Vance. He's going to be introduced by his wife, Usha Vance. He's going to introduce him tonight, and it's going to cap off just another tremendous night here. Again, we're going to be talking about keeping America strong and national security, which is critically important with all the challenges that this country and the free world are facing from the rise of totalitarianism under Joe Biden.
Donald Trump was here today doing a little walkthrough, and his family, they were here as well. Of course, as you mentioned, JD Vance, this is his night where America is going to kind of be introduced to who's this guy JD Vance, right? Yeah. They know him in Ohio. Most people, maybe they saw a hillbilly elegy, maybe not. Yeah. But I want to get your thoughts when we come back on JD Vance and what he means to the ticket and how he rounds out Donald Trump. Okay. But right now, Nancy Mace, South Carolina Congresswoman, is speaking, so let's dip in and hear her.
Denny's was a little too highbrow. While Waffle House was an important part of my journey, it would not be my destination. I soon went from making waffles to making history. 25 years ago, this high school dropout became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. A college campus where we don't burn American flags, we salute them. I'm a single mom and a rape survivor. To women tonight who can relate, please know you have a friend and a sister in me. And I will fight like hell for you. I'm the daughter of an Army Brigadier General and a school teacher. I've admired my dad's Distinguished Service Cross from Vietnam. I've endured the rigors of a Citadel education. And today I represent a district that includes Parris Island, where we make Marines.
All right, Nancy Mace from South Carolina. And when she's done, Dr. Ronnie Jackson from Texas, a congressman. He was the personal doctor to Donald Trump when he was president in the White House. So we will go to him in a little bit. So, Tom, I was asking you about JD Vance. Yeah. I guess people are still saying, they like the pick. They don't know much about him. Sure. Do you think it was politically, let me ask you, do you think it was the right pick? I mean, the decision's already made, but... And how does he round out the Trump ticket?
Well, look, there's a very deep bench. So Donald Trump had a lot of different people to pick from. He made a conscious effort to pick the youngest vice presidential nominee since Richard Nixon, and somebody who has military service, somebody who has been in the finance community, so had been in business, somebody who gone to Yale, but somebody who really, more than any of those things, has the ability to connect with people that I think Donald Trump connects very well with, but needs to do more of, and that is connect with people who believe that they have been left behind, people who don't trust government, people who do not believe that the system works for them now or has ever worked for them. And I think JD Vance has the opportunity to go into places like the Rust Belt, like Appalachia, where he's from, and even inner city communities, and say, I've lived this life. I know what it's like to not know whether or not where my next meal was coming from, or to come from a broken home, to be faced with these challenges like so many Americans are facing, like drug abuse in a household. And the failures of welfare and the dependency state, and be able to talk to people in a very real way about those things. I think that's tremendously powerful, and I hope that he does talk about that tonight. I think that even more than his opinions about immigration and foreign policy, that is really the JD Vance that makes the emotional connection with the public. That's the JD Vance that I think helps Donald Trump get over the top in November.
You know what's going to be really fun? JD Vance versus Kamala Harris in the VP debate, if they do debate. And I guess they reached out and wanted to, and he's like, whoa, we don't even know who you're going to pick, Joe Biden, or whether you're going to be in a presidential debate.
Well, look, you saw Adam Schiff came out today, and Adam Schiff said, hey, you know, we think that President Biden, we think that you should step aside. That's Nancy Pelosi sort of coming out there without having to say it. So their chaos is far from over in that party.
That's Nancy Pelosi with the knife. But
not
her
quite
fingerprints
on
it.
Right.
Not yet. All right, Dr. Ronnie Jackson is on stage right now. Let's listen to the congressman.
Good evening, and good evening to my delegation from Texas. My name is Dr. Ronnie Jackson, and I'm the congressman from the 13th Congressional District of the great state of Texas. Prior to being in Congress, I served on active duty in the Navy for 25 years. I was a Navy deep sea diver, an emergency medicine doctor, and a combat physician in Iraq. During that time, I also had the distinct privilege of serving for 14 years as White House physician. But most importantly, I served as the appointed physician to the greatest president that this country has ever had, Donald J. Trump. And not only that, but now I can say I served a president who literally took a bullet for our country. President Trump and I have been through a lot together over the years, but I have never, ever been prouder of his leadership than I was last Saturday. His warrior spirit and his display of will to keep fighting for our country, even after getting shot down, will go down as an all-time moment in American history. I know firsthand from my time at the White House that being a president is an unrelenting 24/7 job. Time off truly just doesn't exist. Our president needs to make clear and decisive decisions in a moment's notice. When the phone rings in the middle of the night, the president must be ready. Unfortunately, our current president is not ready for that call. Let's not kid ourselves. Father Time has not been kind to Joe Biden. And China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, they do not respect Biden's 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. schedule. And we would not be in this situation were it not for Joe Biden's staff and his family. They should have compassion for him and prioritize his health and our country's security. But they have put their own interest above America's interest. Perhaps the greatest blame lies with his own Vice President, Kamala Harris. She has not been truthful with us. She has lied to us. She has put party above country, and she is as unfit in character as Joe Biden is in body and mind. Between the wide open southern border, the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, record high inflation, and the devastating crime in our streets, this administration has now produced a legacy of failure, disappointment, and danger. There is simply too much at stake to have someone who can barely shuffle to a podium be the one that is responsible for the safety and the security of our country. Every second that Joe Biden remains in the White House, this country becomes less safe. However, under President Trump's leadership, we will restore our standing on the world stage. We will bring back our great economy we had. We will finally secure our southern border. We will rebuild our great military. We will clean up crime in our streets. And most importantly, we will have a president who is respected by our allies and who is feared by our enemies and who leads with strength. Let me close by saying the path forward is simple. It is very simple and straightforward. We need to make America great again, and we need to do everything we possibly can to re-elect Donald J. Trump as our president. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless America, and God bless Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Acting Director of National Intelligence, Richard Grenell.
Hello, California. Last weekend, the American people bore witness to the instinctive courage of President Trump. We all know the contrast to Joe Biden could not have been greater. Tonight, I want to talk to you about why President Trump's strength and grace, which now even his opponents struggle to deny, have consequences beyond American borders. From 2001 to 2008, I served as America's spokesman at the United Nations. Back then, Republicans believed America's duty was to spread democracy by military force. We were misled about weapons of mass destruction. We intervened in other countries' affairs and signed treaties that only benefited other nations. We spent too many years ignoring America's priorities. That's what happened when Washington stopped being the capital of the United States and started being the capital of the world. There was only one man with the strength to call out the lies and failures of both Democrats and Republicans: Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't care if you're gay or straight, black, brown, or white, or what gender you are. He knows that we are all Americans and that it's time to put America first. After 16 years of wars and chaos, the world looked different when President Trump was in the White House. Russia invaded Ukraine under both Obama and Biden, but Putin did not dare escalate under President Trump. Under Trump, China was challenged. Under Trump, the Balkans were more peaceful. Under Trump, the Middle East signed historic peace deals. Under Trump, Iran was broke. Under President Trump, we put American interests first. There were no new wars. Old wars ended, and America had the greatest economy in the world. But after 4 years of Joe Biden, wars are back, the Taliban is back, and members of ISIS have slipped through America's broken southern border. Russia is sailing warships off the coast of Florida. China is bullying its neighbors. Iran is waging a war in Israel and Gaza with help from Joe Biden. And Joe Biden's radical supporters have overtaken our universities, burning American flags, cheering for terrorists, and calling for violent revolution. The reason the world is on fire is because President Biden is weak in more ways than one. But Donald Trump's opponents here and abroad now see clearly his incredible courage and resilience. They stand in fear and awe at the thought of his return. By voting for President Trump, you are casting a vote for the strength and grace that will bring peace and prosperity back to you, your family, America, and the world. Don't let anyone ever tell you differently. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida.
Donald Trump is unstoppable. Elect him president again, and America will be unstoppable too. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's been out of it. Democrats have been hiding the real Biden for years. We saw people in the witness protection program more often than we saw unscripted Biden. Under Biden-Harris, America has fallen sicker, lonelier, and poorer. Under Trump, we prospered, we were richer, inflation was low, and there were 2 genders. Under Biden-Harris, inflation has gotten so bad you can no longer bribe Democrat senators with cash alone. You have to use gold bars just so the bribes hold value. Oh, the swamp draining will recommence soon, and I will be President Trump's strongest ally in Congress to pass term limits, to stop taxpayer funding for political campaigns, to ban members of Congress for life from becoming lobbyists, and for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game, ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. Proud to stand before you, the only Republican in Congress who takes no lobbyist money, no PAC money. It's not good for me. I work for you, not them. President Trump, he'll never defund our police, but he will defund foreign aid to countries that hate us. And President Trump understands that if it isn't racist to check ID for a hunting license or welfare benefits or a fishing license, then it is okay to demand an ID to vote everywhere in this country in every election that's held. A Democrat congressman recently said that any criticism of Joe Biden is ableist. I don't think it's too much to ask that the American president be able to do the job. Kamala Harris isn't able to do any job. She was appointed border czar. Appointing Kamala Harris to oversee the border is like appointing Bernie Madoff to oversee your retirement plan. President Trump has shown the world what he is made of, and now we will show the world what America is made of by having his back. And how about the choice President Trump made for a running mate? JD looks like a young Abraham Lincoln, but he's from Ohio, like General Grant. And like General Grant, JD Vance knows how to fight. So they can run Biden from the nursing home, Harris, George Clooney, Robert De Niro, whoever they want to run. We are on a mission to rescue and save this country, and we ride or die with Donald John Trump to the end. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back. Let's go get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former United States Ambassador to the Holy See, the Vatican.
All right, that's Matt Gaetz from Florida. We've got more coming up here on N2, Newt Gingrich in a little while as well. But let's welcome in right now West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrisey, a friend of Newsmax. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, it's great to be with you. A lot of excitement in the arena tonight, huh?
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, West Virginia, Ohio, you got similarities. How will JD Vance speak for West Virginians and so many other people?
Look, I think it's a terrific pick for a number of reasons, but I think West Virginians are going to be very excited because here's a guy that represents Ohio, and how Ohio obviously has a part of Appalachia. So a lot of people in Ohio are like some of the folks in West Virginia. So I think in JD Vance, you're getting someone who knows the struggles people are having with Bidenflation, who knows the challenges of the fentanyl menace and all that illicit drug product that's coming in, storming into our country from China to the Mexican drug cartels, all the way to West Virginia and Ohio. He's someone that knows about the importance of energy independence. So I think you're seeing someone who's going to relate very well on a West Virginia side. But also, I think the JD Vance pick is going to be terrific if you're in Pennsylvania, if you're in Michigan, if you're in Wisconsin, the whole Rust Belt. He's going to play very well, and he's very good on TV. He's very smart. I think he's going to be an extension of the Trump presidency, and that's terrific.
Trump with a beard is what I've said, you know, and a lot younger. But he knows MAGA. He knows how to speak it, and it goes beyond that. I mean, you know, MAGA has different things to different people, but he is speaking. At the end of the day, MAGA is about the forgotten person too, in many ways, and that's what he knows how to speak.
Well, I think that's right. And if you look at West Virginia, Appalachia, these are people that folks across America leave behind. They don't think very much about it. It's a very poor area in many respects, but a guy like JD Vance knows the importance of increasing the standard of living, making sure that ordinary Americans are not left behind. And that's a lot of what we need. Plus, I think that they're really going to be ready. JD Vance is a pretty bright guy. He's going to be a great complement. Trump has come in. He did a great job his first term. I think he's really ready. It's going to help to have some with the energy level that you see in JD Vance, along with the values he brings to bear.
So Joe Manchin is leaving. Governor Justice, if I had to go to Vegas, that would be a pretty easy bet, is going to win the Senate seat, which could flip it. Then there's an opening. What happens?
Well, no, here's what's happening. So,
okay, tell me.
Governor Justice and Baby Dog, I think they're a package.
I love that dog.
You have to say that they rise and fall together. He was here last night, and the dog was the hit of the convention. You know, today we're waking up in the morning, and you're only seeing stories about Baby Dog. Pretty wild stuff. But I think what you're going to see, Governor Justice is going to win that Senate seat, and that's very, very important. And I think that's critical for the majority of the U.S. Senate. I fully expect we're going to see wins in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, the presidency. I think the question is going to be what the margin is. And I, for one, would love to make sure we have the right pickups, because ultimately I want to be really busy as West Virginia's next governor to make sure that we're implementing the Trump agenda from a state perspective, and we're helping West Virginia lift up its standard of living and to drive educational attainment, really improve that workforce participation rate. And as AG, many of your viewers know, I've led the fight against the administrative state excesses.
I was going to bring that up.
I think that with President Trump in place, we can work very closely together, not only to right-size government, but to have the right constitutional governance where, once again, matters are appropriately scaled. Local issues get decided locally, state issues get decided state level, federal issues, a smaller subset, and we can finally drain that swamp and reduce the size and scope of the administrative state.
So there are two factors that were able to stop or slow down the Biden administration, right? The House, which is Republican, and the Attorney General.
That's right.
And if it weren't for you guys, Lord knows what would have happened. I want to ask you that when we come back. Right now, we're going to go to Newt Gingrich, who is walking on the stage, of course, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives from Georgia.
Thank you very much. That's a very warm welcome. You know, President Trump understands that the world is dangerous and that it takes an enormous effort to defeat anti-American and anti-freedom forces around the world. He also understands that when faced with multiple adversaries across the globe, the Reagan principle of peace through strength is the only road for safety for the America and the American people. The contrast between President Trump's realistic policy of resolute strength in a dangerous world and President Biden's policies of appeasement, weakness, and self-delusion may be the biggest difference between the Make America Great Again movement and the Make America Weak ideology of the left. We have to remember that the greatest threat to American safety is not Biden's brain. The greatest threat is Biden's policies and the people he appoints to implement them. He is working towards appeasement when the world today is incredibly dangerous. A growing coalition of dictatorships is actively trying to undermine American power and conquer America's allies. A religious dictatorship in Iran, which chants death to America, is on the verge of having nuclear weapons. Russia's dictator has unleashed the deadliest European war since World War II. Communist China continues to develop its military power while actively seeking to undermine America through espionage, fentanyl, and the infiltration of our companies and our universities. Faced with these clear and present dangers, President Biden has adopted failed policy after failed policy. Where President Trump orchestrated an orderly end to the Afghanistan war with no American killed in nearly 2 years. Biden ordered a chaotic, panic-filled withdrawal that left 13 American troops and hundreds of Afghans dead. Where President Trump insisted on keeping Bagram Air Base, which is located within 1 hour of the Chinese nuclear facilities, President Biden gave it to the Taliban, who are now allied with Communist China. Where President Trump brokered the Abraham Accords and was moving the Middle East toward peace and cooperation, President Biden's weakness and confusion led to a terrible Hamas assault, killing more than 1,200 innocent people in Israel. Under Trump, we achieved peace through strength. Under Biden, we have war, suffering, death, and a world teetering on the edge of World War III. Like Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Abraham Lincoln, President Trump understands that only a firm, courageous policy of strength will work in a dangerous world. The message for this November is clear. You can vote for weakness and war with Biden, or you can vote for strength and peace with President Trump. Let's dedicate ourselves to making America safe, strong, and proud again with President Trump. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Director of the United States Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy, Peter Navarro.
This is a beautiful thing. I think I think you folks just want to know if you can see my MAGA tattoo I got there. Yes, indeed. This morning I did walk out of a federal prison in Miami. Joe Biden and his Department of Injustice put me there. Tonight I'm here with you in this beautiful city of Milwaukee. I've got a very simple message for you. If they can come for me, and if they can come for Donald Trump, be careful, they will come for you. If we don't control our government, their government will control us. If we don't control all three branches of our government, legislative, executive, and judicial, their government will put some of us, like me and Steve Bannon, in prison and control the rest of us. Here's how it went. Here's how I got in prison. The legislative branch came for me first. Your favorite Democrat, Nancy Pelosi, created your favorite committee, the sham January 6th committee, which demanded that I violate executive privilege. What did I do? I refused. The J6 committee demanded that I betray Donald John Trump to save my own skin. I refused. Here's the thing about the Constitution. They demanded that I break the law because they have no respect for it. I refused. And a Democrat majority in the House then voted to hold me in contempt. All right, what happened next? The next jackboot to drop was the executive branch. Another one of your favorite Democrats, Democrat Attorney General Merrick Garland. There's a winner. Him and Jack Smith indicted and prosecuted me for criminal contempt of Congress. Now, here's what's weird about it. It's something that Democrat prosecutors refused to do against one of their own, including Two guys with blood on their hands, Eric Holder and Alejandro Mayorkas, the great border czar, right? They've actually gotten people killed. For decades, the Department of Injustice right now, the Department of Justice policy stated, hear me out on this, if Congress slaps a subpoena on a senior White House advisor like me, the advisor's duty is to politely tell them to go pound sand. That's exactly what I did. So far we got two branches, legislative and executive. The judicial branch delivered the final blow. Just as, here's another favorite of yours, just as Democrat Judge Juan Marchand, you know this guy? Did to Donald John Trump in his Manhattan kangaroo court, another Democrat judge, a guy named Ahmed Maida, keep your eye on this guy, Ahmed Maida, Obama appointee, they stripped me of every possible defense, and then what? Just like in Manhattan with Donald Trump, they threw me to the wolves of an anti-Trump jury, and where? The D.C. swamp. They convicted me, they jailed me. Guess what? They did not break me. And they will never break Donald Trump. They will never break Donald Trump. All right, now here's the most important thing I'm going to tell you. You may be thinking this couldn't happen to you. Make no mistake, they're already coming for you. Joe and Kamala, they threw out the woke blue carpet across the Rio Grande, opened our borders to what? Murderers and rapists. When Donald Trump said it, thank you for saying that, when Donald Trump said murderers, rapists in 2016, they go, oh, racist, whatever. We read the papers. It's murderers and rapists. Murderers and rapists, drug cartels, human traffickers, terrorists, Chinese spies, and a whole army of illiterate, illegal aliens stealing the jobs of black, brown, and blue-collar Americans. They put them right on your front doorstep. Right. Now, here's another thing Joe Biden did. You got to love this. The green new scam. We're in the heart here in Milwaukee, around all this. This is where the auto industry, that new scam is destroying our industry, leaving us at the mercy of the battery factories in Shanghai and slave labor in the Congo. Biden inflation. You're going to hear a lot of this because it's so friggin' true. Biden inflation is coming after what's left of your savings and eating your wages. And the Democrats, here's the thing. I'm sitting in prison thinking about this. It just eats at me as the Democrats come for your kids. They're indoctrinating them with poisonous attitudes on race and gender. And here's the thing, when politics fails, the investigations and prosecutions begin. They did it to me. They're going to do it to Trump. But hear me out. They've also done it to Catholics, pro-life activists, and parents who are just standing up for the kids at school board meetings. This is a tale of two Americas, and you know it wasn't this way when Donald Trump was president. I remember the days I was there. In Trump's America, you were safe and our borders were secure. In Trump's America, you were more prosperous, and you didn't have to choose between what? Food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, and a roof over your head. And in Trump's America, you didn't have to worry about being locked up for disagreeing with the government. I went to prison so you won't have to. I am your wake-up call. All right, this is where I'm going to have fun now, because I'm going to leave you now with the last 3 words. The last 3 words my beautiful fiance said when I left that morning for prison. They weren't, "I love you." That was a given. She simply said, "We got this. We got this." That's what bring my girl out now. That's what these lawfare jackals don't understand. When they put people like me in prison and fire figurative and now literal bullets at Donald Trump, they also assault our families. On Election Day, America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. Now, here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl. She did the time with me. That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let up. Pedal to the metal till November.
So Peter Navarro bringing the House down and really explaining in personal terms what this lawfare has been about, affecting him. He goes to prison for 4 months, literally came out this morning from a federal prison in Miami, flew up to Milwaukee and addressed the nation. Roma Davara is with us. So Roma was in the communications department for the Trump White House, and you know Peter very well.
I do.
Tell me about him.
He's a very passionate man. You heard it just now. Peter Navarro on stage telling you the sweetest thing off his lips is going to be Trump Vance 2024. But, you know, what's really critical that the American people remember right now is the way that the Democrats and the left media, we can't let them off the hook here. The Democrats, the left media, and the Biden White House together have been collaborating for 3.5 years, even during the campaign, let's call it 4, to get rid of President Trump and to make it so that you cannot even vote for him. Your God-given right as an American citizen is to cast that vote in November. And they tried everything they could to make sure it wasn't possible. You've got to ask the question, was the assassin persuaded by their words? Because how else could something like that have taken place in the United States of America? It's really despicable.
Yeah, and after Joe Biden says, okay, folks, you know, we need to lower the flame, he and the rest of the Democratic Party go right back to the very violent rhetoric, if you will. Big news happening over the last hour or so. Joe Biden has COVID.
Yes.
And the one thing he said might keep him from running is an illness. I say that because also Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer have come out in the last hour or so and asked for him to resign. Now, or not run, I should say, not resign the presidency. I think the panic button has been hit. They've done the numbers. That ain't their guy.
Well, the numbers have been out there for quite a few months now, but we all saw on debate night, the American people certainly did, record numbers CNN has never seen and probably never will see again, that type of viewership. And Joe Biden was really scrambling that night, and you saw them hit the light switch, and they really did give that green light to not just their own people, but all of the commentators as well, to start going after their own man, to start saying Joe Biden's not fit for office.
Yeah.
How did this happen? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've all been telling you that for 4 years. You just haven't flipped the channel to Newsmax, so I don't know what's going on there. But
they didn't tell me that on PBS.
No, you know, it's so strange. But reality sits in, and you have to be really, really particular about where America is right now and how did we get here. And there's only one answer: Joe Biden's weakness. So if he himself is saying, if I become ill, I will not run, why are we even putting that negative energy into the universe would be what I say. And you know, I think they've kind of read the tea leaves, and that's where this is going. So maybe they're trying to let America down lightly, but, you know, we don't have to worry. We've got President Trump, who's hiding in the wings, and he is definitely ready to go. Nothing is going to stop him from being our next president.
First of all, I don't know how Joe Biden gets COVID with like 10 vaccinations he's had.
They're supposed to keep you safe.
Exactly, that's what he told me. This has been so well choreographed, down to a T. Everything has been, and I've been to many conventions.
It's beautiful. I mean, look
really
at this. They've done a great job. The RNC worked so hard to make this happen. I mean, I've got to credit Laura. She really is putting in the time and the effort. Something like this does not happen without the Trump name on it.
Right.
It just doesn't.
So what has stood out so far in the 2.5 nights so far? And we're going to go out to Tom Homan in just a moment, but let me ask you, what stood out in the next 30 seconds here?
Well, I'll have to say this is definitely the most diverse Republican convention that you have ever seen. The speakers we had yesterday, everything from mothers who lost their children to CEOs who maybe their company didn't want them to be here. I have got to say, though, my favorite speech had to come from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, my former boss at the Trump White House, and she had some very eloquent words when she said that God is not done with President Trump yet, and it is truly by divine intervention that he was saved on Saturday.
Well, thank you so much. Let's go out to the stage and hear Tom Homan.
In 1984. After 34 years, I became the first director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, that actually came up through the ranks. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I've worked for said they're going to secure the border. President Trump actually did it. He created the most secure border in our history, and that's a stone cold fact. The data proves it, and guess what? He's going to do it again. Under President Trump, we cut illegal immigration by 90%, the lowest level in 45 years. Deportations rose to the highest level ever, including historic numbers of illegal alien gang members and criminals. Most importantly, 4 years under President Trump, we had 13 people we arrested on a terrorist watch list. Joe Biden, 381. And let's remember, we got over 2 million known gotaways. How many of them came from a country that sponsored terrorism? God help us. Biden is the first president in American history to come into office and unsecure a border. Who the hell does that? On their first day in office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris suspended deportations. They stopped the border wall. They canceled Remain in Mexico. They reinstated catch and release. They proposed amnesty for millions, along with free health care. And now we have a record illegal immigration, a record number of women and children being sex trafficked, a record number of Americans dying from fentanyl, a record number of known as suspected terrorists sneaking across our border. And here's what you need to know. This isn't mismanagement. This isn't incompetence. This is by design, and it's a choice. It's national suicide. But you know what? On November 5th, the American people do have a choice, and they're going to stop this madness. I got a message. As a guy who spent 34 years deporting illegal aliens, I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now. You're damn right. Because you're going home. I got another message. Another message to the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggled enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done. President Trump is going to end the Biden-Harris open border madness. We will stop the drugs and the crime from pouring in your neighborhoods. President Trump has proven to the American people that he's a warrior. And he's going to make America safe again, and you can take that to the bank.
Tom Homan, you got to love it. He's great. he did a great job. A lot of the speakers tonight were terrific. More to come. JD Vance, of course, it's his big night. You make sure you keep it right here on N2. And that is our special coverage of the Republican convention in Milwaukee. So tomorrow, obviously, you got to make sure, I mean, it's going to be a blast. Donald Trump will actually speak. He was here today doing a little walkthrough. And his family was here. They're going to be speaking. You have got Don Jr. on the stage tonight as well. So this is a night where you got to tune in and hear JD Vance in his own words what he brings to the ticket, why he was picked by Donald Trump, and who he's speaking to. As you heard, Patrick Morrisey, the former, well, he is the Attorney General of West Virginia. He will be the governor soon. But what he was saying is he speaks to the forgotten person, and not only in West Virginia, but in the whole Rust Belt. And if he can speak to Ohioans, he can speak to Michiganders, right? He can speak to folks that need to understand what Donald Trump is all about and how he will improve their lives. So JD Vance, big night tonight. Really, in many ways, it's his introduction to the American people, because outside of Ohio, maybe you saw his movie, maybe you read his book, you don't know much about him. You will learn tonight. Thanks for being with us tonight. More coverage of N2 coming up.
I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. God wants to heal you and make you whole. You only need to seek his guidance and let him in. Psychologist, Navy veteran, and former member of Congress, Dr. Tim Murphy, presents The Christ Cure. Find inspiration, guidance, and techniques to start healing through faith. You need this valuable handbook. Get your free copy now. Call the number on your screen or go online to order. Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Don't mistake Nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order right now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden, health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have 0 copays and no deductibles. You choose your doctors and hospitals. These plans have nothing to do with your income and are 30 to 60% less than Obamacare. If you're paying too much for your own health insurance, call American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you, not the government.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax, the Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbee. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. God wants to heal you and make you whole. You only need to seek His guidance and let Him in. Psychologist, Navy veteran, and former member of Congress, Dr. Tim Murphy, presents The Christ Cure. Find inspiration, guidance, and techniques to start healing through faith. You need this valuable handbook. Get your free copy now. Call the number on your screen or go online to order. Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names. Christian left.
Much of the country already knows him from a best-selling book and a big movie about his life story, but there'll be millions more tonight who might be introduced to the senator from Ohio, Ed Henry, along with Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman. And guys, we've had an incredible first 2 nights. Excited to talk about the Trump-Vance ticket, but there's a lot of breaking news about the Democratic ticket, or at least as it's currently constituted. President Biden tonight revealing that he tested positive for COVID-19. You can see there's still some speeches going on at the RNC, and we'll get to some of those. Donald Trump Jr. and some big names tonight. But number one, President Biden has COVID-19. The timing of this, very interesting, of course. We certainly hope and pray he's okay and he's healthy, and we'll continue to update the story. But then, a short time ago, ABC News and their outstanding reporter, Jonathan Karl, reporting that over the weekend when the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, met with Joe Biden at his beach home in Delaware, he delivered a grim message, a blunt one-on-one meeting in Rehoboth. Newsmax confirming tonight. Some of that ABC News reporting, what we're being told is that it was a very bleak picture that Senator Schumer painted to Joe Biden, and yet he did not step away from the campaign. So let's start with you, Bianca. Joe Biden has COVID, and yet he has pressure from not just Chuck Schumer, but Adam Schiff came out today and said Joe has to go. And the significance is Schiff is very close to the former Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, both from California, a confidant of hers. What is going on in your estimation?
Okay, that story with Schiff broke during our 1 o'clock hour here on Newsmax. Obviously, that's Pelosi behind the scenes. Now, this Schumer thing adds another layer to it. Of course, all the big business is done out in Rehoboth Beach, isn't it? I mean, that's where the mini White House is. I mean, can we talk a little bit about how tonight's theme is Make America Strong Again? And we have a COVID diagnosis from the sitting president here. Yeah. So a spokesperson is now saying that this may not be the case, that Jonathan Karl is saying that, but a quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's office just in saying, unless ABC's source is Senator Chuck Schumer or Joe Biden, reporting is idle speculation. Mm-hmm. Leader Schumer, they're saying in this official statement, conveyed his views of his caucus directly to President Biden on Saturday. So it's intriguing. Maybe he's still trying to distance himself for being on the record of it. And, but here's the thing. Joe Biden having COVID puts him on the sideline. It gets him more time to recover, to step back, to stop doing interviews. He's the one ultimately who has to do it.
Maybe it helps him play stall ball more, or maybe it gives the critics an idea that this man is 81 years old and he's, you know, on the edge here, and that maybe they want someone new. What I read from that statement, you've covered politics a long time, John.
Yeah.
Yes, Senator Schumer's office is saying it's idle speculation, but they never say it's not true.
That's true. Yeah.
They never deny it.
Right. I think that's very telling. I think it's very telling, true. And Joe Biden's at a point now in this campaign where he's falling behind. He cannot afford to take any time off. That's why he was out in Las Vegas doing these 2 special events. And you think about yesterday, he was in a room, crowded room of a bunch of people. He's out there on the campaign trail. The other thing, too, he had to deliver that applause line yesterday that he botched, 55 cents, $55, what he was trying to say. And then the second time it came around, he got the 5% part, and then he couldn't say the word gouge.
Right.
And these are the moments that he has got to stick the landing on to build the confidence of the Democratic caucus, of the Democrats around the country. And he's yet to be able to do that.
You're right. And by the way, the video you're seeing is from a short time ago on the bottom left, live picture on the top left. Of the RNC, obviously, but Joe Biden very gingerly, Bianca, coming out of the presidential limo and then using the short steps, not the long steps, so that he doesn't trip. And what does he look how?
Oh, wow!
I mean, this is hard to watch.
It is hard to watch, and you know, nobody wants to see the U.S. president looking that feeble, that weak.
That's coming out of the car slowly. And Bianca, the other piece of this is
unless you're one of our adversaries.
Right. He told reporters, I feel good, number one. And the point, the context is he's leaving Las Vegas, skips a speech he was supposed to have because he's got COVID, he says, and tested positive, and is headed where you said all the business is done, back to Rehoboth Beach to isolate himself. So he's off the campaign trail yet again.
You know, and at this point, too, if it is just his inner circle, it's Jill, it's Hunter, and they have their own motivations for staying in this, whether it be, you know, power and influence, and we could go on and on down that rabbit hole. But at some point, it is hard to watch, and at some point, it's about these people in the room right here.
Yeah.
It's about the nation being safe, being secure, and it's about people who are elected either doing their job or move aside so someone else can. We don't vote people to come in as puppet, shadow government people, and that is exactly what it feels like to millions of Americans that we have installed right now.
It certainly does.
And I'm reminded of, too, when Lloyd Austin had his mysterious injury or illness and he was off, and he was gone for a couple of days. Joe Biden now is going to have to project this image. Even though he has COVID, the president of the United States does not get a day off.
That's right.
So he's going to have to continue working. They're going to have to set up some kind of structure to make it look like Joe Biden is in the mix. Because Bianca mentioned our adversaries, they might like to see this. This might be a moment where they feel like they are emboldened to try something because Joe Biden can't get up the short steps of Air Force One.
That was always hard to watch. And to your point, I want to add, you're reminding me, and I say to both of you, that when you say he's got to work full time, he's already told us that he works best from like 10 or 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And he told the Democrat governors that he has to cut events that happen after 8 p.m. Then he later denied that. But Bianca, this is a part-time president.
And he has been even before all of this facade and before the debate. We used to have that, you know, calendar of how many days he was, you know, at the beach there, you know, taking time off and, you know, literally at the beach. Like shirtless Joe Biden was the big headline here. And, you know, yeah, they could be like Donald Trump plays golf, but the dates really did line up that this is a part-time president. And again, there's no visitor logs out there too. So there's all this speculation about why are you out there doing all these weekend trips here? You really have to. He would literally fly home and from a campaign trail, and you couldn't spend one extra day. October 7th. October 7th, after the atrocities, he did not come back to the White House. They had a barbecue on Sunday, and Kamala was out there dancing. Also, real quickly, when Schiff said he must step down, he didn't say Kamala should be the one.
You're right. And you saw a video there that they played to tee up strength from Donald Trump on the world stage. Here's Governor Abbott of Texas. Let's dip it.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Come on, let's go. As governor of the largest border state, the great state of Texas, I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border. America needs Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to secure our country. Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty. On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies. And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally. That's more than the entire population of Michigan. It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists. And the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas, raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies. To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states from securing our own borders. I deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor wire barriers. Give it up for our National Guard. They built those barriers to stop illegal crossings. When Joe Biden ordered to cut that razor wire, I ordered the National Guard to triple the razor wire on the border. When Biden took 50 acres of Texas border property to illegally process up to 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, I directed the Texas National Guard to take back our land and wire it shut. Now, there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is 1 illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C. And we have continued busing migrants to sanctuary cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon, because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the President of the United States of America. He will enforce the immigration laws. He will fight the Mexican drug cartels. And he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars. Or send them back. It is time to restore order at the border. It is time to rid our streets of crime and chaos. It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless.
All right, look at that. Well, the dancing last night presaged the former president coming in. So let's take a breath here and keep an eye out there, John.
We don't see the same kind of security posture that would suggest that Donald Trump's going to come in after this song immediately, like we saw last night.
You do see it?
No,
or
you don't.
You don't. Okay, because last night
you don't see them staging like they did. We got to wait a little bit more.
This might just be an interlude to get everyone excited. It's been a great party atmosphere. A lot of big speakers, and we're going to stay at that focus tonight. Doug Burgum, for example, coming up in a short little while, who was on the vice presidential short list, all leading to Donald Trump Jr. and Senator JD Vance. But let's continue to talk a little bit about the other side and President Biden and presidential health. Your thoughts?
Well, I think it's important right now because we have these questions about the White House doctor, Kevin O'Connor. They were busted in a lie recently about the neurologist going to the White House.
That's right.
And I think they deserve, or we all deserve, some more transparency from the White House about the president's illness right now with COVID. You know, COVID, for a lot of people, it's like a regular cold right now. It's not as serious as it once was. But when you look at that video once again, if you can put that up, of Joe Biden getting on Air Force One on the short stairs.
Incredible.
It's jarring to see how much he is struggling. He almost pauses at one point before he actually gets on the plane.
And there you go.
You can see him there getting out of the beast, the presidential limo. And just that is difficult for him, and he needs help. He waves to the crowd, but look at the look on his face. He is obviously not well right now.
He does not seem well. He refuses to step out of the race despite pressure from Senator Chuck Schumer, Congressman Adam Schiff, and other Democrat Party stalwarts. There's also developments today. Democrat Senator Bob Menendez has now indicated he's going to resign after being convicted on corruption charges. More turmoil in the Democrat Party. And then I had a chance to catch up with, and you see Menendez right there. More pressure on Democrats at a time, by the way, when Donald Trump has been surging in the polls in New Jersey, a blue state. So they got to be nervous about political winds shifting there after that corruption situation. And then speaking of lawfare against Donald Trump and some of his associates, I had a chance to catch up with Peter Navarro today. And he was released from prison after 4 months over the J6 investigation. And he spoke right behind us a short time ago. And Bianca, he's got a hopeful, uplifting message. He told me, look, I feel great. He looked a little gaunt, like it had been a difficult 4 months, no doubt, but said that he's got a new book out and he's going to focus on 100 things in there that he thinks Donald Trump can fix that Joe Biden has screwed up. And he's looking forward to a second Trump term.
Yeah, Peter Navarro, when he came out, you know, everyone was very excited to see him. I mean, what timing, too. It's another opportune timing. He's released from prison just in time to come here at the convention. You know, Democrats didn't see that coming, that you know, have him a few months.
But Steve Bannon is still in prison tonight.
Steve Bannon, still, he made the joke coming out, though, oh, you just want to see the tattoo I got in there. I mean, he was so lighthearted. He brought out his fiance at the end, really sweet, and he said, you know, the last 3 words that she said to me before I went to prison wasn't, I love you. He said, that's a given. He says, we got this. And he says, I'm your wake-up call. And it was powerful. I mean, Peter Navarro, 76 years old. They had to put shackles on him while he was boarding an airplane on a jet bridge. I mean, it's such overkill. But it was great to see him. And also, just real quickly, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is also speaking tonight. She's been pushing to get her audio tapes released because they want to see if that matches the transcript here. And if we talk about Joe Biden and his health, she's wanting to hold Merrick Garland in inherent contempt. So I wonder if she'll speak about that tonight in lieu of now the breaking news, folks. If you're just joining us. President Biden has COVID.
Yep, there's a lot breaking tonight. Let's go down on the floor and get a feeling. It's really been an electric atmosphere in these first 3 nights. And our outstanding correspondent, Mike Carter, is down there with some delegates. Mike, good evening.
From South Carolina's delegation here on the floor of the Republican National Convention. As the camera pans down, I'm here with Deborah Manning. Deborah, you are a delegate from South Carolina. Look, why are we talking to you? Look, we just had the Lone Star State Governor, Greg Abbott, talking about illegal immigration. Of course, Texas, a border state, but we know, Deborah, every state is now a border state. You're from Greenville, South Carolina. You were telling me a particular story earlier about what's happening in Greenville right now. Will you share that with our audience?
I sure will. If you don't think it can't happen to your neighborhood, it can. I would say about a year ago, the Mexican cartel moved in next door to us in a rental house. How did they get in? They have plenty of cash, and they doubled and tripled the amount of monthly rent that the landlord could accept.
This is in Greenville, South Carolina.
This is in Greenville, South Carolina, about 3.5 miles north of downtown Greenville, all right? We welcomed them in, as we always do, but then all of a sudden we began to realize what was going on. Drug trafficking, prostitution, and of all things, child trafficking. I'm not joking. It is a very serious problem. And when I protested and said, we can't do this. I understand you're here in America. There's plenty of jobs available. Do something other than criminal activity. They told me, we'll take care of you, and they threatened to kill me. All right? Within 2 weeks, I'm not joking, within 2 weeks, we had a drive-by shooting at 11:34 in the evening. My husband had to push me out of bed, down on the floor, to avoid the bullets.
This is Joe Biden's America. Kamala Harris she was picked by Joe Biden to be the border czar. Nothing has changed. Donald Trump says things have only gotten worse when it comes to the border under this administration. We have a VP pick tonight, JD Vance, who will be talking. Look, he'll mention the border tonight. We know at some point in time, JD Vance may very likely go up against Kamala Harris on a debate stage, or it might be someone else completely. But JD Vance and Donald Trump will be able to pick holes all throughout the rest of this, our time here until we got the general election, about stories just like yours. You're a delegate. Look, you're a real person. You wouldn't be here if you were crazy.
Yeah.
We believe you when you tell the truth. Thank you for sharing your story. Guys,
one of the things I do want to mention,
real quickly, Deborah.
There is lots of things that you can do. We're starting neighborhood watches. You have to unite your neighbors. You've got to know your neighbors. You've got to have a system whereby you can report to one another and keep each other safe. That's the bottom line until this problem gets solved.
Deborah Manning, a South Carolina delegate, thank you very much for your time tonight, guys. You hear the chants, drill baby drill. Tonight's theme, though, keep America strong. Make America strong again. And we'll be hearing a lot more about that theme from JD Vance, the Donald Trump's new running mate, probably coming up in the next few minutes. Back to you.
That's right. And Mike Carter, great reporting as always. And Drill Baby Drill has to do with American security, increasing U.S. energy production. Let me quickly get to the floor, though, because the mayor of East Palestine, Ohio, Trent Conaway, is about to speak. And that is another Biden administration failure. Let's take a listen. Let's listen.
February 3rd, 2023 began like any other Midwestern day. But in a heartbeat, everything changed. I'm Trent Conaway, the proud mayor of East Palestine, Ohio. When the train derailed, spewing flames and toxic chemicals to our town, faced a disaster unlike we'd ever seen. And in the chaos, we witnessed a clear contrast between leadership and incompetence. Our first responders didn't hesitate. They raced to the scene. They battled the flames and evacuated our citizens. And for that, I want to thank every one of them tonight. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's federal response was much different. It consisted almost entirely of meetings and press events. They talked and talked, but they delivered little help. Then there was the clear difference between former President Trump and President Biden. For the longest time, the White House was silent, and we never heard a word from Vice President Harris. I guess we weren't their type of folks. No Hollywood elites or Wall Street billionaires live in East Palestine, just hardworking Americans. But Donald Trump cared. First, he called to ask permission to visit, not wanting to intrude, and then he asked how he could help. When he arrived with fresh pallets of drinking water, he met with everyone, from first responders to local officials and residents. He toured the derailment site. He listened to us, and he shared a meal with volunteers at a local McDonald's. His presence was genuine. His concern was real. After a year of criticism, President Biden finally did show up. His appearance was brief, forced, and scripted. He met with a select few and then left. We needed so much, and he delivered so little. I know a thing or two about train wrecks now, and let me tell you, that's what the Biden administration has been. Before President Biden derails our entire nation, we need to act. We need a leader who values small-town communities as much as big cities. We need a president who loves all Americans. We need Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum.
Hello, Milwaukee. And hello, North Dakota. Feels good to be here. The last time I was in Milwaukee, in this building, standing behind a podium was for the debate, and I stood on one leg for 2 hours. You guys might remember I blew my Achilles the day before. But to kick things off, I have a question for you, and I need your help answering so nice and so loud that everyone at home can hear you. Are you ready? Who will make America energy dominant? Again, who will make America energy dominant? Well, that's pretty good, but it's after 4 p.m. in D.C., so how about one more time loud enough to wake up Joe Biden? Who will make America energy dominant? That's right, because when President Trump unleashes American energy, we unleash American prosperity, and we ensure our national security. Serving as a governor with President Trump was like having a beautiful breeze at our back. He cut taxes and he cut red tape. Serving as a governor under Joe Biden has been like a gale force wind in our face. Biden's war on energy hurts every American because the cost of energy is in everything we use or touch every day. Biden's red tape has raised the price of the gas in your car, the cost of food on your table, the clothes on your back, and it's even raised your rent. Biden's green agenda feels like it was written by China, Russia, and Iran. Let's look at Biden's EV mandates. Where do nearly all the batteries and rare earth minerals come from? China, you know. And the day that Biden halted permits for clean U.S. natural gas export facilities, just think about the party they must have thrown that night at the Kremlin. Because Biden's policies are making Russia and Iran filthy rich. And they're using that money to fund wars and terrorism against our allies. At home, Biden is acting like a dictator. He's using mandates to shut down reliable baseload electricity. That's why your electric bills have soared upwards as our nation's electric grid reliability spirals downward. 4 more years of Joe will usher an era of Biden brownouts and blackouts. Imagine no electricity for your fridge, your lights, or air conditioning. President Trump will ensure that there is power for you, and importantly, that we have the power as the United States to beat China in the AI arms race. Unleashing American energy dominance is our path back to prosperity and peace through strength. Teddy Roosevelt encouraged America to speak softly and carry a big stick. Energy dominance will be the big stick that President Trump will carry. Yes, President Trump will make sure that America is selling energy to our allies versus buying it from our adversaries. Innovation has always been the source of American greatness, and President Trump champions innovation over regulation. Last year, over that whole year, my wife Catherine and I traveled all across America. As all of you know, it's rural America that feeds the world, that fuels the world, and defends the world. Small towns with a huge impact, and rural America is Trump country. In North Dakota, we know one thing for sure because we've seen him do it, and that's that the hardest working president in American history is Donald J. Trump. President Trump cares deeply about every American, rig workers, truck drivers, roughnecks, and yes, America's great farmers and ranchers. President Trump cares deeply about you. We know that he'll fight for us, he'll fight for our families, and we know one more thing. He'll let all of you keep driving your gas-powered cars. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again. And when President Donald J. Trump and JD Vance together, they will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and Governor Burgum, who was on the short list, and I've got to be frank, John, I think JD Vance is going to bring a little more heat tonight than that.
Maybe a little more heat, but you know, Doug Burgum is doing what I think he's a genuine guy. That's who Doug Burgum is. He's very smart. I have a chance to talk to him on a one-on-one level last summer in Iowa during their Lincoln Day dinner. It's a really unique event where you get to get in these rooms, spend a little time. Yeah. Ron DeSantis had a baseball theme going, and they all kind of set up their themes. Doug Burgum's was a cowboy theme, and they had a station there where they could teach you how to lasso. So I'll always go down in history saying Doug Burgum taught me how to lasso.
That's a good story. That's something.
Although I should say it was not a moving animal. So I don't think I can lasso a moving animal.
And you talked to him this morning, you said.
Yeah, he was at a breakfast this morning with Stephen Moore, Art Laffer, talking about prosperity for Americans, unleashing prosperity. And he did talk about energy, and he talked about, you know, Donald Trump was able to do things that help the American worker, but also concerns food insecurity, things that aren't even on our radar when it comes to other countries. And he said, you know, we could become, you know, behind with China, and we need the next leader to really understand the not just energy, but, you know, the bigger picture here. And it was interesting to see some of the stats about how much poorer Americans are under Joe Biden. And
so big picture, absolutely. Big picture, JD Vance, who beat out Burgum and Rubio and others to be the running mate. We'll speak later along Donald Trump Jr. a little bit before that. Mrs. Vance will be speaking right before the senator. But I want to point something out real quick, Bianca. There's a video I'm seeing on social media of Donald Trump at a private event here in Milwaukee earlier today, where at one point he told supporters, quote, "God was with me." And we've talked about whether he'll open up more about his faith. It'll be an interesting speech to watch tomorrow night.
Yeah, I just spoke to one of people who used to work in his press office, and she'd seen him since then, and she says you can tell he's a different person. You can tell that there's this gratefulness. You know, she said that's how she kind of encapsulated that. You know, he understands that he almost wasn't there, like what he said today, and then he just had that interview a few days ago where he says, "I shouldn't have been here. I should be dead." You know, so I'm sure that will be a very powerful moment when we hear that tomorrow. I think tonight too. Looking forward, this is Make America Strong Again. Gold Star families will be speaking as well. And just the honor of these people that have served our nation and lost loved ones here, and Joe Biden not even acknowledging the loss of those soldiers during his debate performance. There's going to be a lot of moments here I think we can look towards the future and look towards sort of honoring people as well, honoring the heroes that we have as we look to making America strong again.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So as we take a quick break here, folks, we have much more ahead. Again, also, JD Vance, Kimberly Guilfoyle will also be here as well, speaking when we come back in just a short time. And we want to also remind you, we have some great news. We announced just a few weeks ago, Newsmax plans to go public later this year or early next year. Reaction, it's been huge. So we are now inviting you to find out, if you haven't already, about our planned IPO. You can also buy early shares. Check out all the details, including eligibility, by just going to newsmaxinvest.com. President Trump says he likes Newsmax, that millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. He even calls us terrific. So you can become the owner of Newsmax. Go online today, the number and the website it actually is right there. And keep it right here on N2. Our live special coverage of the RNC continues when we come right back.
Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Now, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax, the Newsmax people have been really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere. Vote for America 2024. The Republican National Convention.
Welcome back to N2's live coverage from Milwaukee. You see the excitement building as we get ready for a whole lot of big speeches tonight, culminating in the vice presidential running mate for former President Trump, Senator JD Vance. So you see at the bottom of the screen, we continue to monitor developments on the Democratic side of this election. CNN now reporting moments ago that Joe Biden is, quote unquote, more receptive to the idea of dropping out of this race.
That's
John, what do you make of that? Because he has been so dug in.
Yeah.
But before he came to air, we're learning that he now has COVID-19, canceled a speech in Vegas, going back to Delaware, maybe to think things over.
Oh, I'm thinking about a soundbite. We probably all played on our show today where Joe Biden was saying he was supposed to be a transitional candidate, but he felt like the nation had become so divisive that he was compelled to stay back in the race. That's why. There was some talk when he was running for president that he would only do one term and kind of pass the torch to Kamala Harris. Obviously, they're not in that kind of position right now because her popularity is so bad. So, you know, more receptive. Is it going to be like extra more receptive in about 3 hours?
It's interesting to your point. It's taking so... The Democrats have been, you know, cutting... It's like 1,000 cuts, Bianca. The debate was almost a month ago, and they're still fighting over this.
That's what you have, though, when you want someone who wants to remain in power at all cost. I also find it remarkable, too. Ronnie Jackson spoke earlier today, former doctor when Donald Trump was, not a former doctor, but his doctor when he was in the White House.
At the White House. And for Obama, too.
It wasn't lost on me. He started saying that, you know, Joe Biden's not fit for office. And then he had an attack on Kamala. It was a very valid one. He says her character makes her not fit for office because if she's there, we know she could do the 25th Amendment and she hasn't. But I started to think, I wonder if we're going to hear more comments about Kamala as the dam is sort of breaking here. After Schiff today was breaking earlier, we heard Adam Schiff saying this. Now we hear Schumer had a meeting with him. And so for Ronnie Jackson to kind of also say, but Kamala's not either, which I think a lot of people would agree, her popularity is even worse. But
here's the problem
it kind
for
of
Democrats.
led that to me to think
Here's
that
the problem for
Biden
Democrats.
could step down.
Is if Biden does step down, all those delegates and the money go directly to Kamala Harris.
Right.
So even if she doesn't have any popularity, she would then have to make a decision on her own to also step down if there were going to be somebody else. So the Democrats find themselves in this really difficult position. I also thought it was really telling.
Or she takes the top spot and picks a new running mate, right?
Okay. And also, you think about this, too. I thought it was very telling today that there are so many Democrats now wanting to pump the brakes on this virtual roll call vote of Joe Biden because they feel like
they want more time.
They want more time.
They're in an interesting situation. I believe it's called a lose-lose situation.
Absolutely.
Neither one is very popular on their side here.
I think we have Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna from Florida, a rising star in the GOP. Let's hear from her.
My husband and I knew this when we joined the Air Force. But we don't preserve peace and stability by policing the world or by involving ourselves in every foreign conflict. We preserve peace by commanding the world's respect, a respect that is earned through unparalleled military strength and firm, decisive leadership. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has failed to uphold this standard. They have misused our resources in foreign wars contrary to our national interests, and they have eroded the lethality and fighting culture of our armed forces. The leadership that we need, that respects our military and understands the true cost of war, is only found in Donald Trump. He will make America strong again. He will fight for the American warfighter, the American people, and America's interests. Hawks and globalist elites do not sway President Trump. He knows the cost of military action like I do. My husband was shot in combat by terrorists and continued to deploy in the fight against America's enemies. I know the fear and anguish of waiting for news about a loved one in harm's way and the pain of losing friends in combat. President Trump knows what it means to put your life on the line. Our service members and their families make immense sacrifices, and they deserve a president who respects that sacrifice and who would lay down his own life in defense of this great nation. President Trump has demonstrated he's ready to do just that. It is time that we all rise to his stature. The world needs a strong America, and America needs strong leadership. President Trump will provide it. Regardless of race, gender, color, or creed, I urge you to vote for Donald Trump and JD Vance on November 5th. It's time to unite America. Thank you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States. Let's get him in.
All right, so you heard one of the rising stars there. She, the Congresswoman, is a freshman who is pushing for contempt, inherent contempt, right, against the Attorney General of the United States. I believe we have a Trump Advisory Board member, Jason Meister, joining us live right now. Jason, first of all, welcome to our live coverage here from Milwaukee.
Thank you for having me.
I want to get your reaction to something that's popping, not just CNN saying that Joe Biden is perhaps, according to Democrats, more receptive to dropping his campaign and leaving the Democrats to figure out what's next. Van Jones was just on CNN, and it's going sort of viral that he said the following, quote, "A bullet could not stop Trump. A virus just stopped Biden. You've got the nominees of this party getting their butts kissed. Biden is getting his butt kicked by his own party. The Democrats are coming apart," he said. The Republicans are coming together. This is Van Jones as a Democrat. And online, a lot of Democrats are angry about this statement. I wonder what you as a Trump supporter thinks about what he's saying.
Yeah, look, I think 2024 is the year of Republican unification and Democrat disintegration. Look, the Democrats knew they never had a viable two-term candidate in Joe Biden. They chose the most compromised, complicit, compliant, and mentally absent candidate they could, with the intent of doing as much damage as they could in the allotted amount of time. And I think that they're going to get rid of Joe Biden, and I think that transition is now underway.
And I think media, they want to actually be not lumped in with being so complicit. So I think Van Jones, he kind of has to say this. He did say, "I love Joe Biden," but after the night of the debate, that was not good. But how long can they continue to try to be masking it as well? And then they get lumped into it as sort of, you knew, what did you know, when did you know it? You've known all along.
Well, compare what we heard from Van Jones, and Ed read that right there, but what Jen Psaki is saying over on MSNBC right now. Obviously, she has a legacy that she wants to protect. No, she said that if Joe Biden recovers from COVID, it should be viewed as a sign of strength. And this is something that literally happens probably every single day to average Americans.
She's comparing it to Donald Trump surviving a bullet.
Right. Somebody survives
Crazy.
COVID every single day. You don't survive getting shot in the head every single day. There is no comparison here whatsoever. In America, Jason can clearly see that.
Absolutely no comparison. Everyone knows it. Look, Joe Biden's been inoculated for COVID. He's gotten the 65 boosters that he pushed, and he still got COVID a third time. And to compare those two things are insane. I think we really need to take a step back and realize that the Democrats used unconstitutional, illegal lawfare. That was their strategy to remove Donald Trump from the campaign trail. July 11th, Donald Trump was supposed to be sentenced to jail. They were going to imprison Donald Trump. On July 13th, they tried to assassinate him, and that backfired magnificently, as you can see at this RNC. So I think that Donald Trump is very well positioned going into November. I think the momentum is all behind the Republican Party, and it's the Republicans to lose, in my opinion, at this point.
Jason, on that point, though, let me follow by asking you this. If Joe Biden were to step aside and the Democrats dream up a new ticket, I get how excited you are about a possible landslide if it's Biden-Harris. If all of a sudden they bring in two fresh candidates, I don't know if Michelle Obama's out there, I don't know if Hillary Clinton's out, I have no idea. I don't think they have any idea. Are you concerned at all, though, that at least a fresh take for the Democrats shakes up this race? Because you're going to likely win the current race, but what if they change horses?
Yeah, I'm not concerned at all. I think we should obviously be cautiously optimistic. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But if you look at the polling, it's really not about the candidate. It's about the policies. It's about the Democrat policies. I mean, Donald Trump is beating Joe Biden by 3 points right now. He's beating Kamala Harris by 6. He's beating Governor Newsom by 8. He's beating Governor Whitmer by 10, okay? Joe Biden is actually polling better than all of them combined. So I think this is about policies. I think that the American people have seen what life was like under Donald Trump's policies and what life was like under Joe Biden's policies. They understand that Build Back Better was always about the controlled demolition of our country. That's why inflation is at a 40-plus year high. That's why our southern border is wide open and tens of millions of illegal immigrants have flooded into our country. That's why crime is surging in every major Democrat city. That's why there's fentanyl pouring into our country that's killing all of our children. That's why there's transgender bathrooms and men and women's sports. It's the policies. It's not the politics of the person. It's not the candidate. It's the policies. And I think the American people are too smart to realize that. And I think that that's why Donald Trump is surging.
Well, for a while, too, talking just back about Biden for a second here, he was holding on because the polls were showing that it was still a tight race. Remember, he said in some of his bounce-back interviews, like, there's no polls, no one's going to say. He even said during the NATO press conference, didn't he whisper into the microphone at the end?
The polls are good.
No one's going to say that. Well, just there's this Blue Labs analytic polling memo, and you guys know donors are looking at this. They don't want to lose the House and the Senate as well. Like Joe Biden, they're worried about the down-ballot tickets. The memo, which has been distributed to the Democratic Party, it interviewed 15,000 voters. These are swing states, including Pennsylvania, and it found alternative candidates have an average 3-point lead, Democrats alternate than Biden. So it's a disastrous poll for Biden. And if this is being blasted out to the Democrats and to donors, they're saying, wait, well, if it's not too late, maybe we run Kamala.
There's also there was a story in the New York Times today talking about how Democratic big dollar donors are now starting to try and convince Democrats that they will donate more money to them if they come out against Joe Biden. And it's brick by brick they are building up this wall between Joe Biden and the nomination.
Right.
They want to delay the virtual roll call vote. They want to provide more donations to Democrats who are willing to come out against Joe Biden. So there is now an internal effort in the Democratic Party. It's open, it's active, and it's explicit to try and prevent him from becoming the nominee.
Absolutely. Jason, react to that, but also at the bottom of the screen, we have a banner right now about something we haven't gotten to because there's so much breaking news from COVID to what's happening behind us on the stage, which we'll get back to in a minute. But the Secret Service spotted this shooter some 20 to 30 minutes before the gunfire. They knew just a few minutes before Donald Trump stepped on that stage in Pennsylvania that there was a threat. And a lot of people are wondering tonight, Jason, why the U.S. Secret Service even allowed the former president on that stage.
Yeah, look, Henry, I'm very concerned about this report. I would have hoped, unfortunately, I was hoping for incompetence among the Secret Service. I was hoping that they weren't in on this in any way, or that but the idea that they knew an hour before Donald Trump stepped foot on that stage in Butler, Pennsylvania, that there was an open threat. And the idea that they would allow Donald Trump on that stage exposed to the shooter is very troubling. I'm not going to jump to any conclusions on air, but I think that this is something that absolutely has to be investigated. Clearly, the deep state and the establishment of both parties are trying to get rid of Donald Trump, a presidential candidate that has come out from the outside as an outsider who's put the American people first, while this establishment continues to put the American people last. And so I think this has to be very, very closely looked at and investigated, because the Secret Service needs to be protecting these candidates, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, independent, it doesn't matter. Yeah. These Secret Service agents have to. And by the way, it's not just Donald Trump that dodged a bullet the other day. It was the country that dodged a bullet. And I think that that's a point that's very overlooked very often.
And one man actually was killed, and we don't want to forget him. And Donald Trump will be attending his funeral on Saturday in Pennsylvania. That's right. Yeah. Jason Meister, thanks for your time tonight. We certainly appreciate you coming in.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks
Looks
for
like we
having
have
me.
some more breaking news, too, here. Thank you,
Yeah.
Jason.
It looks like the Secret Service Director as well, to your point, Kimberly Cheadle, has agreed to comply with the House Oversight Committee subpoena to testify. She'll be at a hearing on July 22nd, which I believe is next Monday. I want to be clear, and Jason added that we have no evidence that anybody was in on a plot.
Right.
However, as he said, initially it seemed like horrible mistakes, but with each new piece of information, your antenna goes up as a journalist as to how in the world could they allow a shooter, when they got a heads up about this minutes before, be on that roof with a clear shot or shots at the former president, and minutes before he got on the stage, John, they knew there was a threat. I don't understand.
So you mentioned all those scenarios as well, and then you can talk about the fact that they were already on a heightened sense of alert because of that Iranian terror plot. Again,
Correct.
no connection between the Iranian, this Iranian report that they were trying to assassinate the president and the shooter in Pennsylvania. But we do know the Secret Service was already elevated to a higher position of the threat level. And
At least, pardon me, that's what they're telling us.
Well, that's what they're telling us.
Right?
So I had Lisa McClain, who's a congresswoman from Michigan, on my show today. She's on the House Oversight Committee, and she's telling me that the Democrats, they were supposed to meet to talk about this stuff with the Secret Service, and it's not the Secret Service that is delaying this meeting. It is the Democrats that seem to not be able to find time to meet with Republicans to get down the information and get a closed-door briefing from the Secret
We need
Service.
facts. We need a transparent investigation.
You know, and as we wait for that, it's frustrating because it does seem like if this shooter in the report was 20 minutes before was spotted and there was curiosity about it. You know, the other thing, too, is it's not just Donald Trump. It's any political candidate. And they weren't going to protect RFK Jr. And Donald Trump, after he is shot, actually pushed for that. And now Biden finally said, we will do that. And RFK Jr. Thanked him. But this is common sense. These are heightened times here for anyone, no matter what party you're in. Clearly, July 22nd 's the date. Comer has been, pushing this. But she won't resign. She's already said she won't resign. She said
she's dug in.
She said it's a sloped roof. That's why we didn't think it was, anyone should be on there. But the counter snipers also on a sloped roof.
Yeah.
There's been snipers on the roof of the White House, which again has, none of it makes sense.
Absolutely. So Scott Neal is at the podium. He's an Afghan war veteran. Let's listen to him. Kimberly Guilfoyle's on deck, by the way. Here's Scott.
It's America. This is a man's world. This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
The heavy load. Man made the light to life. Take us out of the dark. And man made the boat of the water. Like my Bible said, Noah made the ark. This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump. We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight, more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends. And most importantly, he will always put America first. After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap. But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump. Tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe. It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. we are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom. In our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned, as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men. Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice. Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history, and respect our American flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump. And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America. I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina. I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. Victory is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. and America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
And there you go. That could have been the ticket, by the way. Trump-Rubio, he was on the short list. They're having a good time tonight. Dramatic entrance from the former president yet again, a third night in a row. And John, let's start with you this time because Kimberly Guilfoyle, a harder edge than other family members. She's the fiancée of Donald Trump Jr., who will speak in a little bit. But last night, Laura Trump was really trying to humanize Donald Trump. And I have a source close to the former president who just told me that both Ivanka Trump, his daughter, and Melania Trump, the former First Lady, of course, who we've not seen so far, will both be here in the building tomorrow night.
It's a show of force. When you have the family all together, it is an asset. And again, this is another contrast to the Biden family. When they get together, they are surrounded by controversy. When they have a family outing at the White House, there's cocaine found there. I'm not saying it was belonging to any family members. We don't know that yet. Another thing the Secret Service couldn't get to the bottom of. Okay? So there's that. And again, this is a show of strength to have the family all together. And you will feel the intensity in the room rise when they are all here.
That's right.
And I think it's a big deal, too, for Ivanka specifically because she does not particularly enjoy the political aspects of life.
Much.
But she's on Team Trump now, like the rest of the family.
And she has posted on social media after some of the indictments and the conviction and supported her father. Quick thought, and we'll get back to the podium.
Congressman Michael Waltz, House Armed Services Committee, where I think we're going to hear a lot more again about strength on the world stage as well. And a weak sitting president, what type of danger that actually can draw him. And we're going to listen to that.
Let's go there.
Always stood with our allies. Made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you? He deterred Russia. You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump. He diffused North Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back. And here's my favorite part about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief. He sat across the table from the bureaucrats and the generals and said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house. Everything takes too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we have today? What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns. He's focused on renaming bases. He's focused on DEI, and here's my favorite. He's focused on building electric tanks. Has anybody seen any charging stations in the Middle East for the Biden's electric tanks? And here's what I can tell you straight up in combat. Our enemy's bullets, listen to me folks, our enemy's bullets could give a damn about black, white, or brown, or about religion, or about gender, or about anything else. The only colors that matter in the foxhole are the red, white, and blue, baby. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing our military should care about. And that's the only thing our fellow soldiers care about. And that's the only thing President Trump cares about. Now, I want to tell you a story about the man, the leader, the commander-in-chief, that is Donald J. Trump. We all remember Biden's disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan, the debacle and the stain on our national conscience that was. The 13 Gold Star families have to relive it every day the ones that lost their sons and daughters that disgraceful day. Biden won't even take their calls. He calls it an outstanding success. He won't even take a meeting with him. Well, I called President Trump. We talked about it, and he said, Michael, I would love to meet them. Get him up here. Get him up here to Bedminster. He was scheduled, folks, he was scheduled, hear me on this, he was scheduled to spend an hour with them. You know how long he spent? He spent 6 hours with them. He met each one. He listened. He cared. One of the moms kind of leaned over to me and she said, do you think he'll sign a picture of my son? I said, oh, hell yeah, he will. Please ask. He would be happy to. And he spent hours more. And if that wasn't enough, he then has them up to dinner. And at the start of the dinner, he promised them this. When he gets back in the White House, he will release all the tapes, all the videos, all the records, all the emails, and give these families the accountability and the transparency that they deserve and that they will never get from Joe Biden. And then God bless this man. This is why I love this man so much. He had them laughing. He had these moms that have been through so much crying. He had them, I love this, we saw DJ Trump in action playing Sinatra, playing Phantom of the Opera. He had these moms dancing with their husbands. 2 of them came up to me afterwards and said, this was the best thing that had happened to them since they had lost their sons. That night with President Trump. Mr. President, Mr. President, you helped them heal. And I will forever, and they will be forever, and America will forever be grateful to you for that. Patriots, that's the Donald Trump that I've come to know. That's the Donald Trump and the Commander-in-Chief we all know. That's the Donald Trump the media never wants you to see. That is the Donald Trump we must have as Commander-in-Chief back in the White House this November. We need it, the country needs it, the world needs it, because we will once again have peace through America's strength. God bless you. I salute you. Let's go fight, 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 and let's win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your solemn attention to the following video presentation honoring our nation's Gold Star families.
I'm Jim McCollum. I'm the father of Marine Lance Corporal Riley James McCollum, and I'm here to speak for him.
My name's Alicia Lopez.
I'm Herman Lopez, and we're the parents of our son, Hunter Lopez, a U.S. Marine stationed in Camp Pendleton, San Diego, California, who passed away on August 26, 2021 in Kabul, Afghanistan.
My name is Abby Sanchez, and I am the voice for my brother, Corporal Humberto Sanchez. My name is Coro Briseno, and I am Corporal Humberto Sanchez's mother.
My name is Stephen Nakui. I'm here for my son, Kareem Nakui. I'm here today to give my son a voice.
My name is Cheryl Jules. I am Sergeant Nicole G's aunt. She was a U.S. Marine that was killed in the Kabul, Afghanistan withdrawal.
My name's Christy Shamblin.
And I'm here for Sergeant Nicole G., United States Marine, who was killed in the Afghanistan exit.
My name's Kelly Barnett. I'm here to give a voice to my son, my best friend, Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
And my name's Darren Hoover, and I'm here to give voice as well for our son, Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
When we started hearing that the Taliban was moving in, that there wasn't more military being deployed, and that they had decided that the Taliban was our security, that was when I became terrified. They were just kind of left there, hung out to dry.
For you from Afghanistan, where there are significant casualties, including some Americans from a
I was at work and heard about it. Instantly had that just chill go through me, and I started sending messages.
I'm talking to people. I'm calling his girlfriend. I'm saying, well, have you heard from him? I'm calling his sisters. Have you heard from him? You know, we're texting. We're saying, please, just send us a text. Just whatever. Just let us know that you're okay.
When all the explosions went off, I had messaged her and I said, hey, you know, I know you can't say anything, but, you know, just an emoji, just a bubble.
And then 3:30 in the morning that night, I got the knock on the door. You know, there's no other reason 2 Marines are standing on your door.
Right away, they told you, we have news about your son, and he just passed away. I just start screaming. I throw myself on the floor.
I pull up the street and I see a white van. And once I saw them, I knew. It's surreal. Seeing all those flag-draped coffins in the back of a C-17 is something you'll never forget. And it really drives home that, you know, these young men and women gave the ultimate sacrifice. They had all the families within this large room. The president showed up, and that it wasn't what I was expecting.
You know, this guy's sitting across from me on that tarmac, and he keeps looking at his watch.
Biden did not want to be there. I don't know what he wanted to do, but he did not want to be there. He looked at his watch multiple times. I saw it 3 times.
He didn't say anything about Riley. And to this day, he has yet to say those 13 kids' names.
And that makes me so upset because those kids were serving their country. Those kids, they were giving their life for this country. And I always said they were thinking that their commander-in-chief was gonna have their back because they were fighting for this country, and that didn't happen.
The administration, the White House, our president has never once mentioned their names, not one of them.
Honestly, I don't feel like Joe Biden cared. He just had no empathy for us at all.
I do think incompetence played a huge factor in what happened. Bad decision, bad leadership, and it all starts at the top.
Joe Biden should not be leading this country.
There was no point in making that hard deadline August 31st. It was 100% a political stunt.
He let my son down. He let the 13 down. He let the 45 wounded down. He let those 174 civilians down. He let our country down.
And then what it hurts the most is that they could be here.
We fully understand we can't bring back our kids, but there are thousands and thousands more out there that are going to come home the same way if something doesn't change. We're the United States of America. We can do better by our men and women that are risking their lives for this country. We can do better for them than that.
To this day, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
have never mentioned these fallen soldiers' names. President Trump will never forget them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Gold Star families of our fallen heroes.
Shamblin, my daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. Yeah. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. An extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxton Sobiak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order back. Students restoring the American flag and singing the national anthem.
That was emotional. It was compelling. To tee up what's next, which is also important, is there will be a speaker who's a Jewish student from Harvard University who stood up about anti-Semitism on campus. So we'll get to that. But Bianca, try to digest what we just saw.
You know, Joe Biden, I don't know how he watches that or gets back to him. He's got a problem with this because the watch looking, he doesn't like to say names, does he? But no. Tonight, those names were said, and the room here filled with applause and shouts of Joe must go. And I was struck, you know, by all of those parents. Christy Shamblin, though, talking about the 6 hours she spent with Donald Trump, and it's the first time she felt she was healing since the loss of her 23-year-old daughter, Nicole Guilfoyle at Abbey Gate. And that's a comforter in, you know, an empathizer in chief that Joe Biden claims to be, and this is who they went to and who they got that from.
And before they spoke that video, pardon me, In case you didn't hear it at home, in the video, when Joe Biden looked at his watch, the entire arena was booing.
And right before that, you could have heard a pin drop, but for the speeches coming from the podium. I had the honor yesterday to hang out late last night with Darren Hoover and Alicia and Herman Lopez and Christy Shamblin and Jim McCollum. And what they want to make sure happens is that we never forget their kids' names, that we say their names. So when that moment happened tonight, when Herman Lopez read the names and you heard the names come back in a call and response type format. You know, the old saying goes, you die twice, right? The first time and then the last time someone says your name. And we cannot forget to say their names because Joe Biden won't do it.
And I heard people in the crowd, in case you didn't hear at home, saying the names along with the podium, the folks at the podium saying
so
like
powerful.
Right. And it was just so important because it reminded me of the State of the Union when MTG said, say her name, talking about all of these people.
Well, and to your point, I was just thinking, too, I interviewed the man who is the Gold Star dad who was thrown out of the State of the Union because he stood up and said Abby Gates, and that's who you were with last night. And he was held for a while that night of the State of the Union. These people are in pain, and the family who just spoke, who says we have another son who's now serving our great nation. I mean, my heart is just, it's broken for these people, and it's broken that they didn't get what they needed, because that is something that any parent deserves, the bare minimum, right? The dignity.
And I'll just share one more moment that we had with them. You know, Alicia and Herman Hernandez, they were talking about their boys and how they like to tell dirty jokes. And so last night we were sitting around the table telling dirty jokes.
Pardon me, I want to hear that, but these are the students from UNC who took down Palestinian pro-Hamas flags and put up the American flag. But please go ahead.
Yeah, we were just going around the table telling dirty jokes, and they wanted this to be a positive experience. Yes, it's sad that we lost those 13 lives, but they wanted this night to be a positive experience. And I think it is. The other thing that was really important to them is they want to make sure nothing like that ever happens again to anyone else's children. And they want to make sure that their changes are made, that a botched withdrawal like that never happens again.
Absolutely. And while all of that is playing out, when you were talking about Joe Biden being challenged, we see these images from today, the images here of strength, Donald Trump connecting with these Gold Star families. And then there's images of Joe Biden revealing in Las Vegas he has COVID, struggling to get out of the beast, the presidential limo, struggling to get up the short steps that he's using because of his frail condition already. And Bianca, he was struggling to get up. There's a new statement I want you to react to. The White House Senior Deputy Press Secretary, while those speeches were going on, put out a new statement. Andrew Bates is his name, about Chuck Schumer. And thanks, our team is putting up the video, Joe Biden, with the reporting that Chuck Schumer wants him out of the race. Quote, the president told both leaders, presumably Schumer in the Senate and Jeffries in the House, he is the nominee of the party. He plans to win and looks forward to working with both of them to pass his 100 days agenda to help working families. Real quick, Bianca, he's under a lot of pressure.
He's under a lot of pressure. It was Schumer, you know, going and talking to him, apparently saying there's no path forward. You know, but if he doesn't abdicate, he will be there. And it's just sad, too. Maybe part of this, too, is they talk about when you have mental issues, you're the last one to kind of understand and realize it. You know, his inner circle must really be trying to tell him to keep on and keep it on. Well, let's listen into the UNC frat boys here. They were so powerful when the anti-Semitism broke out.
We are proud to honor our flag again.
Day that we take back the White House when Joe Biden was president in the history of our country. I believe
There you go. Wait, the former president has a video. Let's listen.
Secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Chabos Kinbow.
My name is Chabos Kinbow. I am a proud first-generation American. I am a proud Orthodox Jew. And as of 5 months ago, I am the proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism. I came to Harvard to study religion, the foundation of Western civilization. What I found was not theology, but a contempt for it. My problem with Harvard is not its liberalism, but its illiberalism. Too often, students at Harvard are taught not how to think, but what to think. I found myself immersed in a culture that is anti-Western, that is anti-American, and that is anti-Semitic. After October 7th, the world finally saw what I and so many Jewish students across this country experienced almost every day. When I planted 1,200 Israeli and American flags on campus, they were all vandalized within 24 hours. I was harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew and have received countless death threats online. Students and professors have openly called for new Hamas-style attacks against the United States. And perhaps most damning, when Hamas terrorists butchered 45 American citizens on October 7th, when they took 12 Americans hostage, Harvard refused to immediately and unequivocally condemn this atrocity. My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people. The Democratic Party, the party I registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned. And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy. Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight, we fight back. I am proud to support President Trump's policies to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms. Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless, protect, and return the American hostages in Gaza now.
An incredible speech from a former Bernie Sanders supporter, but I also want to note, John, at the end, remembering the Israeli and American hostages. Joe Biden never talks about that.
Never talks about it. Unfortunately, I think I'm guilty of that too, is not talking enough about the American hostages and the Israeli hostages still held
Here's a
in
hostage
Gaza.
family.
Let's go ahead and listen in.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14th, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begaetz al mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 B During the brutal October 7 attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, former paratrooper, congressman, and New York State gubernatorial candidate, Lee Zeldin.
Wow.
We'll get to Lee Zeldin in a minute, but as a mom, you listen to that.
You know, and at the end where they were sort of just saying, bring them home, and she said, we love you, you could hear her voice getting louder as if she wanted the whole world to hear this. And indeed, I believe the world is hearing this. I think all eyes are on Milwaukee these few days, especially in light of the assassination attempt. People are wondering about Donald Trump, and this was a time to kind of focus and refocus, I think, about the hostages that, again, are not being discussed every day. There's not updates from the White House, you know, and it's not just Joe Biden. I do want to widen it out and say, how many times has Anthony Blinken been over to Israel? I mean, this is incompetence really on a national security level for an administration. Of course, it is Biden's administration, but everyone surrounding this, I think, takes some culpability in having this go off the rails and the diplomacy being an F.
I think about that pier that they tried to build into Gaza as a metaphor for the entire response, this Biden White House's response to the invasion of Israel. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars building that pier, and it broke apart and was a giant waste of money. They could have diverted those resources into trying to bring those 8 Americans home, but instead they did that.
You're absolutely right.
Great analogy, John.
We're going to hit a quick break, but I want to mention we still have Donald Trump Jr. coming up. We, of course, have JD Vance and his wife coming up. But also there's a 99-year-old American veteran, retired Sergeant William Peckrell, a Milwaukee native who was awarded 2 Bronze Stars and a Silver Star. So he's going to talk about heroism in World War II.
Incredible.
And what's going on with Joe Biden on the world stage right now. Quick break. Stay with N2. More speeches right after this.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it. Our regular programming will continue in just a minute. Right now, enjoy this American moment.
It was erected in the dead of night, and for 28 years separated East Germany from West Germany. The Berlin Wall quickly came to symbolize the stark difference between the free West and the communist East. In June of 1987, President Reagan visited the wall at the famous Brandenburg Gate and used the occasion to issue 2 public challenges to then Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev.
If you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
His second challenge was more blunt, and as it turned out, even more prophetic.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
On November 9th, 1989, 2 years, 5 months, and 1 day after President Reagan's famous challenge, that is exactly what happened. Only the Soviets didn't tear down the wall, the people of Berlin did. Once the East German government announced their borders to the West were open, the free people on both sides of the wall worked in unison to chip it away, piece by piece, until this monument to tyranny was completely destroyed. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back live from Milwaukee, night 3 of the Republican National Convention. It's been a lot of compelling stories, big speeches, and very dramatic appearances from former President Donald Trump, and we'll continue all of that in a moment. First, some news for our viewers. We announced just a few weeks ago, Newsmax plans to go public later this year, early next year. Reaction has been huge, you might say. So we're still inviting you to find out about the planned IPO and also buy some early shares. So check all the details, including eligibility, by going right now to NewsMaxInvest.com. President Trump says he likes Newsmax and that millions of Americans are turning to us, and he's right. He even calls us terrific, or I think he called Bianca terrific, but Newsmax as well. So become an owner of Newsmax, a co-owner with us on this journey. Go online today, NewsMaxInvest.com.
Oh, Ed, I can neither confirm nor deny.
He thinks you're amazing. We all know that.
Thank you. Amazing few days here. Powerful night tonight. Make America strong again. Maybe we should listen a little bit to Donald Trump here on tape here.
Let's do it.
Men shed their blood, and thousands sacrificed their lives for their brothers, for their countries, and for the survival of liberty. Those who fought here won a future for our nation. They won the survival of our civilization. These men ran through the fires of hell, moved by a force no weapon could destroy. The fierce patriotism of a free, proud, and sovereign people. And they showed us the way to love, cherish, and defend our way of life for many centuries to come. And our children and their children will forever and always be free.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome World War II hero, William Peckrell.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Peekol. I'm a proud Wisconsinite. I'm a proud husband of 76 years old to my wife, Rosemary. I'm a father of 11 children. 6 girls, 5 boys. Our family across 5 generations and a proud World War II veteran. I'm 98 years old. Some call us the greatest generation. That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis' last major push in the Western Front. A few months later, Hitler was dead. The Nazis were defeated. We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil. But not many of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach. And there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But for us, those of us who are here, that America is still worth fighting for. It hurts my heart to see what our current president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say, America is an idea, but I believe America is much more than that. America is our home. You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home. You dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world. And those years ago. And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight again. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
William Peckrell, sir, thank you for your service. Stealing the show. He would re-enlist for Donald Trump.
They're right. What we just saw right there is a 98-year-old man do something that our president is incapable of doing today, and that's get in front of a podium and address a crowd and bring them to their feet. That man right there looks more agile than our current president going up the stairs, the short stairs on Air Force One today.
Great point by John.
Yeah, you can't deny that. 98 years old. Yeah, he's with it.
And how about 11 kids?
The heroism.
That's the biggest hero there.
I would love to sit at a bar with Mr. Pickrell and have a couple Leinenkugels and talk about, not that, but about the war stories. And
what exactly are you talking about?
What a life he has lived.
Absolutely.
America's not an idea. He says it's hope.
It's
and
hope.
We need some more hope like that. But great story. Yeah. And he's local. He's from Wisconsin. So for them, and to find these stories, it's pretty incredible, the presentation here.
Yeah, the Republican
tying
team.
it in with where we're sitting tonight, proximity in Milwaukee.
And you hear some wonderful music behind us. I want to add one more bit of reporting to the conversation, John. As he was speaking, I was checking social media, and Senator Marsha Blackburn is posting a video. There's a lot of senators here raising money and whatnot and just supporting Donald Trump, but being with the delegates. And Marsha Blackburn, and it appears a bunch of other Republican senators, got wind in the hallway behind us here that the head of the Secret Service was doing a tour of the building, I guess, because of security here.
Oh, wow.
And confronted her. And are saying, we want answers. The American people deserve. And she looks like a scared cat in the video.
And she should.
Yeah.
And she should. The fact that she's still in her job. I mean, I talked to several members of Congress, and they were not quite yet, and I think to their credit, they are actually in this position. They want to see more evidence first. But the fact that she has not resigned yet from this post is an indictment on her character.
It certainly
and clearly just walking around here knows that she'd get called out on it, and she did, but feeling that...
What was she thinking? That this would be some sort of sign of strength for her to show up and be here?
It's very perplexing.
Incredible. She faces a hearing, we believe, Monday. Here's Donald Trump Jr. on the stage.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
A lot of proud moments this week from my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight, but his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero, Corey Comparator. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media, when you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd, and what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend JD Vance. A kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, JD Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit. People who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
All right, quite a speech by Donald Trump Jr., but John, I'd first like to say that his daughter, Kai,
oh, wow,
pretty incredible.
Can you imagine this being your first public speech in such a venue? The crowd is hanging on every single word that she had to say. And again, I just want to make another contrast between these two families. You have Kai Trump up there on stage, bringing her grandfather and her father to the verge of tears of pride. And you have Joe Biden, who has a granddaughter that he refuses to speak to.
Right. He only begrudgingly even acknowledged a few months ago to People magazine. They dribbled it out. Interesting contrast.
Yeah, it's a good point. She was great. It's in her DNA, though, a little bit, right? And, you know, I think we're going to hear a lot more of Trump tough in the next few days. I loved when they put the photo up. We hadn't seen the photo, I think, on the big screen, at least not tonight. And, you know, it's fascinating because that moment is encapsulating his strength, his wherewithal to be shot at and then stand up and so let everyone know he's okay. You know what's so gross is over on MSDNC, instead of the questions about how a shooter was allowed on the roof, the slopey roof, and not spotted, and then nothing happened, Joy Reid made this ridiculous comment about why did the Secret Service allow Donald Trump 9 seconds to take that iconic photo? What? Yeah, I mean, that is a photo that will be, as Donald Trump Jr. just said, in history books. That is the image there of a leader, of a man who is so strong, and to try and negate that and to try and flip the narrative. The media it's off the rockers here.
Right. It's just craziness. They know Donald Trump's likely to win.
Yeah, they're trying to get that photo labeled as propaganda.
Yeah.
And the other disgusting thing, too, that MSNBC did tonight is they cut away from the Gold Star families to go to the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison, who was laughing, not about the Gold Star families, but just not conscious of what was actually happening at this event.
And respecting these families.
They took Morning Joe off the air the other day. They should take the whole network off the air.
Well, they were laughing at the term everyday Americans. They thought that was funny, too, and that's been put up here.
Because they're elitists.
Yeah, because they're elitists. Hey, guys, also, I was reading interesting reporting from Semaphore that's getting some traction. Biden has COVID, and he canceled his event in Nevada. Well, apparently, Jeffrey Katzenberg, one of his co-chairs of his campaign, flew to Nevada to tell him the donors are drying up. Not only are they freezing their money, that he was saying they are now not giving more money, and they were a little concerned here.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to mention the statement that you read earlier from the Biden campaign, the defiant statement.
That was from the White House.
From the White House. I'm sorry, from the Biden White House, he's not going anywhere. But also, they're speaking for the campaign now. That whole facade that there's two separate things is completely torn down. Is Joe Biden really going to ride this thing out to the detriment of his party? When the donors are saying don't do it. When everyone except for Nancy Pelosi is saying don't do it. And he's going to make Nancy Pelosi call him out.
Absolutely.
His
so
good
a lot
friend.
happening.
Yeah.
You see the party atmosphere we've been talking about on the left side of your screen. A lot of great music. We've got JD Vance and his wife coming up. But we were just talking about the iconic photo and Donald Trump Jr. and his daughter recounting their emotions. after the former president was shot. Very quickly, we have a quick soundbite. Senator Marsha Blackburn and others confronting the Secret Service chief. Let's try to sneak it in.
This is exactly what you were doing today on the call. Stonewalling.
Attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump
Roger, take a left across this plaza to the far corner.
All right, so we'll digest that some more.
Yeah.
That's the kind of treatment that officials give to people like us, reporters chasing them. These are senators. They're supposed to be accountable to. She didn't even stop to give them any answers.
Cowardice. Cowardice is the word.
It's wild. Let's dip in JD Vance introduction video, a little bit about his life. Let's listen.
Only in America is this story possible. But today, for many families, the American dream is now gone. And this is the team tough enough to bring it back. JD Vance understands that working families have become the forgotten families. Under Biden, wages are going down while prices skyrocket, forcing the majority of Americans to live paycheck to paycheck. Working families will have JD Vance fighting for them. Seniors, JD will have your backs too. No more deciding between putting food on your table and paying for the prescriptions you need. As a husband and father, JD knows the importance of fighting for a parent's right to protect their children. And you can count on this Marine to stand up for our soldiers who put their lives on the line for their country every day. JD Vance's story is one of perseverance, of duty, of commitment to what's right. It's an American story, and it's just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Usha Vance.
Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, JD Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. JD has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator. It occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire JD and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met JD in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community, with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio. Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance.
Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first.
Thank you.
Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed? Who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. Wow. Wow. Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't that amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is JD Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air. When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate. where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that mammal, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan, I had to get that in there. Come on, come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up, and that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America. You guys. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me, it's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking, it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025, and if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on. And it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. Now, I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home, and it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
What an incredible speech. JD Vance embraced now by his family. So much to unpack, but I was particularly moved, as I'm sure a lot of people were, by his connection with his mom. Difficult time when she was going through her addiction. And the fact that he called out that she's now been clean and sober for 10 years, and there she is embracing his wife. You know, you just saw the emotion there, and the crowd. I had some people text me, "What are they saying?" And they were chanting, "JD's mom, JD's mom." And this crowd was really responding throughout. And he hit a lot of the high notes, John, in terms of the economic agenda that he wants to push and what he wants to do for Middle America.
America, take a look at your first millennial vice presidential nominee. And one of the things that he hit on, which is something that is so concerning to millennials right now, is the cost of housing. The American dream itself is growing out of reach. And a lot of that has to do with the economic policies of the Biden administration. And someone made a joke this week, having a boomer pass a leadership torch to a millennial is the most Gen Z thing ever.
I thought that was cute.
But it is. It's a generational thing. We watched Joe Biden. We saw the video of him getting on Air Force One, and you can see the video of him getting off Air Force One. So many contrasts to that are seen here on this stage and in this convention.
He's living the American dream too, folks. He's a beautiful wife, meets her at Yale after growing up in a situation, you know, making something of himself. As he says, his mother's battling addiction. Didn't know, you know, where he would end up. Thumbs up here as he exits. A lot of love on that stage.
Absolutely, and just incredible. You know, when he was talking about how the jobs were hollowed out in Middle America, and that we shipped jobs overseas and took them, you sent them to China, Mexico, everywhere else, and took them away from Ohio and Pennsylvania and Michigan, and sent the boys and the girls to war, and we bore the brunt in these states in Middle America. And he said it wasn't just my home of Ohio, it was Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And guys, that's where he's going to be parked as the nominee.
Yes.
That was by design.
Yes, the plane will not be going far. And, you know, he gave the hat tip to Michigan. There was the OHIO chant going on. And I love when he said, all right, chill out. We got to win Michigan, too.
That's right.
That was a great line. Something else, too, I think that's important about this is seeing his mom in the audience tonight and hearing that story, 10 years sober tonight. Another big issue for this country. We talked about hope earlier. She is the embodiment of hope. And there was a moment, I'm not a professional lip reader, but you could see it. She said, "That's my boy."
She did, to Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
I like, too, that it was also our first chance to hear his wife talk about him as a father. And when he came out, how he said how lucky he was to have her. I thought that was really a stand person. You know, we need strong men in our country, and we need strong fathers. I think the fatherless issue is a huge thing. And
absolutely,
we could tie that back to biblical, spiritual, but also recidivism. When young men don't have a strong father in the house, the crime in blue cities, and the dads in prison. But I think, you know, having this man who is a very loving man, but also a strong man, a veteran here, Ivy League, built himself up from a Rust Belt part of our country here. There's so much, you know, we can see why he had a book that people wanted to read that was made into a movie.
Absolutely.
A Ron Howard movie,
right, exactly.
as Usha reminded us.
Maybe there's a sequel here.
And what are the chances that one of his 3 kids is named Vivek? Who's also from Ohio. There you go.
Who may be wanting to run for his seat in the Senate. We'll see.
That blue wall, every analyst will tell you the only way Joe Biden can win is if he wins all 3 of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And that's where he'll be parked.
And the other thing about that, too, is they've got to invest resources now in states that are not those 3. They've got to invest resources in Virginia to protect that lead.
The Democrats
do. The Democrats do, yes. And that changes the dynamic of the race. A bad situation for the Democrats getting worse by the minute.
Absolutely. Another emotional night with former President Trump here. He will be front and center tomorrow night. Our live coverage starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Join me on the briefing at 6 p.m. Eastern here on N2. And then you've got 2 wonderful choices at noon Eastern tomorrow on N1, N2, the great Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman.
Or you
switch back and forth between the 2.
Just
two-screen experience.
Download NewsMaxPlus.com and you get everything. We're going to turn it over to David Harris Jr. tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to our post-RNC coverage here on N2. I am David Harris Jr., and wow, we've got so much to talk about. Let's begin with one of my favorite moments of the night when President Trump's granddaughter gave the first speech of her life to tell the world who President Trump was to her.
My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too.
So good. Look at that proud papa right there.
On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard